welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. Hopefully you guys are doing well. I'm excited to talk to you guys all about the July 2023 horoscopes. Let's get right into it. Let's see what we got going on this month. I want to start first with talking to you guys about offerings for July of 2023. I've got a lot of stuff going on. I've actually got a summer solstice sale that's going to be taking place really up until the end of June. So if you're watching this in advance, there is going to be a sale. If you guys want to learn astrology, I offer study at your own pace digital courses. This is for my Astro 101 and 201. I'm offering a special where it's buy one, get one 50% off for these courses. You guys can use code BOGO12 to unlock $200 off on those courses. And we've also got Venus retrograde coming up this month. So that'll be something I'll talk a little bit about in July as well as in August. I am offering a special on reports. So those of you guys who are interested in hearing how the Venus retrograde is going to be impacting your chart, maybe you have a natal Venus in Leo or a sun, a moon, or rising in Leo. Maybe this is going to be your Venus return, or if you happen to be a Taurus or a Libra rising, it's going to be pretty impactful for you. Lots of changes with relationships, with resources. It is a very, very big event for the astrology of 2023. You guys can book those on my website. I have a select number of openings available for audio reports, which will be sent to your email. So I'll make sure I put the link somewhere in here so you guys can check those out. Equally, I have available now my Venus retrograde webinar. There is a playback that you guys can purchase if you would like to watch that. It's a 3-hour webinar that's me talking about all of the aspects of the Venus retrograde. I go into the 12 signs. I talk about my predictions for global events, how to navigate this time, and everything in between. There's a number of asteroids that are involved, which is very significant, and tons of squares, lots of squares between Jupiter and Uranus. So it's going to be very colorful, very action-packed. That particular webinar, I have PDFs attached. So I make all kinds of crystal recommendations, and I talk to you guys about how to make the most of these aspects. And I have a whole date of elections that I actually attach to the PDF for the best times to be manifesting new love, more abundance, or healing old relationship wounds. So check that out if you guys are interested in the replay. The Venus retrograde will be starting at the end of July, and it's going to go all the way until September. But Venus will be in the sign of Leo from June all the way to October. So it's 4 months. It does pay to be prepared with this particular retrograde, because people are going to notice lots of fluctuations and changes, because we're going to see things expand with squares to Jupiter, and then we're going to see like sudden growth, and we want to make sure that it's sustainable. So being prepared for some of these aspects is really helpful. If you guys want to support my work, consider joining my YouTube memberships or donating to my channel. It's really helpful. I'm super dedicated to putting out 3 high quality content videos per week on top of live readings on Friday. I do bring all of this content to you guys long form, and I put a lot of work into it, and it's a 2-person team to put all the content out the way that we are on Beyond the Veil YouTube. So I appreciate your guys' likes, comments, shares, and subscriptions as well. Please do look below, make sure you're subscribed. Some people have told me that they have found that they're unsubscribed. But subscriptions help because you guys are going to get alerts as to when I put these new videos out on the channel. So does comments and thumbs up. I really appreciate it because it's going to help get my content out there onto YouTube. Live readings are always held on Fridays on the channel, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. We alternate between tarot and astrology. So if you don't want to wait to get a personal one-on-one reading, if you want to get something that's more affordable, or you just want to come and hang out and listen to some readings, join me there. I always post the link early on my community tab. So if you guys want to sign up in advance for a reading, you may do so. And if you're watching this on Thursday, the link is already out, so you guys can sign up for tarot. We're going to be doing tarot tomorrow on the channel. And for those of you guys who want to book a personalized reading with me, I do one-on-one sessions, private sessions. transit chart readings. I do natal chart readings, election, solar return, compatibility and synastry, and so much more. So you guys can check out beyondtheveiltarot.com, and then I'll give you all the information that you need to be able to see my list of services. My schedule is live, and I'm taking new clients starting in August of 2023. So I will see you guys there. Now I want to get into the transits that catch my eye. As most of you guys know, if you're returning back to my channel, the format for the horoscopes is primarily going to be me picking the transits that I see or seem like the most significant. There is much more, so there will be a separate video that's going to be kind of like a general astrology for the month ahead in July. That's going to come out at the end of June, so probably like the last astro weather we'll be doing that. But this is the ones that I really want to be touching on for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. Obviously there's a lot of stuff going on this month, so I want to make sure that it's like really thorough and that you guys have a better understanding of what's taking place. But for a fuller preview of all of the aspects or the transits, do catch me for the July 2023 overview. Equally, I recommend taking a screenshot of this and saving this. So if you guys want to write these down, you can add them to your calendar. Or if you're looking for a really good astrology calendar, check out my astrology calendar on my website. I have a digital version that's on sale. I also have a printed version with all kinds of crystal and incense and ritual recommendations for each of the 12 months, and a profile on each of the 12 zodiac signs, along with the transits that are taking place monthly. Okay, so these are the main ones. We're going to start first with, on the 1st of July, we're going to have a Sun-Mercury cazimi in Cancer. So you guys know that when Mercury basically pulls ahead of the Sun, it's in a superior position. And we're going to see a moment around the 1st where it's going to be taking place around 8 degrees of Cancer. Cancer is a cardinal water sign. It's very intuitive. It's a lot about emotions, especially having Mercury and the Sun in a lunar sign. Pay attention to your intuition and kind of like these subtle messages that might come to you in a dream, or maybe just in a reading, or you might just be noticing like more synchronicities, and you might have an intuitive hit about something. Now, this very same day, we're also going to see that aspect coming into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. And we're going to see, while the Sun cazimi is taking place, Mercury is going to make a sextile in the sign of Cancer to Jupiter in Taurus. So likely there's some good news, or there is something that we're talking about emotionally, or we're protecting, something about our homes or our finances. And whenever we see sextiles, to Jupiter, likely it's positive news. So this is a really significant day on the 1st of July. Now on the 2nd, we're going to see Venus in Leo come into a square with Uranus in Taurus. This is one of 3 squares that we're going to see because Venus will turn retrograde at the end of the month. So it's really important to pay attention to this square because it'll come up several times, and because Venus is technically in the shadow at this point. Well, Venus, right? Planet of love, money, relationships, harmony, values, pleasure, in the bold fire sign of Leo. So it is very dramatic, very passionate, very romantic. And squares to Uranus and Taurus do seem to indicate that there is going to be some trouble in love. Now, surprises, romantic surprises, surprise gains, or taking chances, and where taking chances can pay off, can very much be a thing. Take into consideration, Jupiter has already squared with Venus. So first it makes something bigger, and then there is some kind of wild response to that growth. I'm curious to see what happens. I mean, I'm trying to keep this more like personal for the horoscopes, not so much global, but definitely I think on a personal level, many of us are going to be experiencing changes in regards to our personal finances, our resources. Maybe we're more willing to take chances when it comes to games of luck, lotteries, gambling, right, investing, and it's kind of, yeah, it's a bit of a wild card, to be honest with you. Many people might be feeling like they need to switch things up. So in their relationships, maybe doing something different for date night, maybe wearing a different color or a different pattern. And keep in mind that squares are not necessarily easy to manage. These are the energies of Mars. So these 2 planets are coming into friction. And yeah, it's going to create some disruption. So I said in my Venus retrograde webinar that this is the one you want to watch because likely there can be some financial decisions or some big relationship happenings that are kind of replaying throughout summer of 2023. Now, on the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Cancer opposed Pluto in Capricorn. Pluto has recently retrograded back to Capricorn, so we're reviewing themes revolving around collective power and control, long-standing things that have kind of been hovering over us that we may be afraid of, or we may feel like we don't have enough power to overcome. So Mercury, the messenger, comes into opposition with Pluto, and likely this is going to represent some very intense conversations revolving around responsibility and power and control when it comes to our domestic versus our professional needs. Likely we might hear about some kind of exposure of information pertaining to spying or something involving like government that is somehow imposing their will when it comes to the laws of the land. It can quite literally deal with home and property. But on a personal level, this is going to be more about intense kind of poking and prodding conversations that feel uncomfortable and needing or wanting to get to the root of a situation and being afraid maybe to express our emotions and our feelings. Now, just after that, we're going to see then Mercury is going to move into the sign of Leo. So we're going to have a number of planets in Leo. And it's going to be quite interesting because, Venus and Mars and Mercury all being in the same sign really kind of create an uptick when it comes to our tendency to overreact or be dramatic or be creative or be lovable and very loud and proud. On the 17th of the month, this is really big news. So for the first time in almost 18 months, the North and the South node are changing signs. So the nodes of the moon are not actual planets. They're almost like shadow planets or calculated points that really talk about our collective growth. Now, when you look at the North and the South node in transit, it does seem to kind of indicate in terms of the collective, the North node is where we are all learning to kind of dip into. And the South node is what we're observing and possibly like releasing or tapping into or letting go. It depends on the aspects. I want to remind everybody that in April, we had a solar eclipse in the sign of Aries. It was the very first eclipse that was the series of eclipses tied to Aries and Libra. And eclipses generally come with these cycles. They change every 18 months or so. And now the North node is moving into Aries, and it will be Aries 29 degrees. So when this segue happens, it's really putting the pressure on the cardinal signs. So if you have a cardinal rising sign, Aries, Cancer, Libra, or Capricorn, or any planets around 27 to 29 degrees of the cardinal signs, you're going to be feeling that square. With the North Node in Aries, I have put a video out recently. I do discuss and talk about what's going to be going on with that. I will still be doing another video probably this month where we're going to talk about it a little bit more at length. I've been preparing you guys really since last year. So if you're looking for insight as to the North or the South node changes, go check out my my list of videos. Last year I did a North Node in Aries video. Just recently I did a South Node in Libra video. And so I talk about the importance of these two particular nodal signs. They're both cardinals, they're active, and we're moving out of having had the North Node in Taurus, which is a Venus-based placement. So we've been really studying Venus and really bringing in more abundance, more love, more pleasure, more self-security, more self-esteem. Embodiment has been a big theme with Taurus. And the South Node has been in Scorpio, so it's been in a Mars-related sign. So we've been purging and detoxifying and uncovering and clearing and healing. So we're having a bit of like a polar shift. With the North Node going into Aries, we're now really focusing on Mars-related transits. With the South Node going into Libra, we're going to be observing some challenges in regards to Venus-related things. North Node in Aries is very active, right? It's all about being bold and daring and wanting to be the first and taking the initiative to start new things and to be courageous. The thing with this is that it is going to create more Mars energy collectively. So the pros is that it's going to kind of light a fire under some of our backsides and get us going in the direction that we need to really get in touch with our own inner needs. And there is like this very primal energy with Aries as well. It's very masculine. The cons is that we can see that there can be more conflict, more challenges. There can be more kind of war type energies, more, just friction. You know, Aries is the ram. So you're going to see a lot of people that are going to want to go head to head. And the South Node in Libra, we're going to see a lot of relationship clearing, a lot of soulmate energy, a lot of relationship changes. The list goes on. And probably the biggest thing with this particular square is that as soon as the North and the South Node start coming into the sign of Aries and Libra, we're in the midst of Cancer season. So we're also going to have a new moon in Cancer taking place right around the same time. So the 17th through the 19th of July is quite intense as that new moon starts, and then we're going to see the moon come into an opposition with Pluto and a square to the node. So that new moon in Cancer is going to be highly active, very emotional, and then the pressure will continue throughout the month as we start to see the North and the South Node come into a square with Pluto. Also, I've done a video on that as well to kind of show you guys like why this is so important. On the 20th of the month, Mars in Virgo will come into an opposition with Saturn retrograde in Pisces, and we're going to see harsh regulations, limitations, the need to slow down, to re-strategize something. Saturn is in a sign that is dealing with Neptune, and it is going to be about reevaluating our psychic boundaries, reevaluating where things have gone missing, where things have kind of gotten out of whack, or what we're not taking care of, or what we didn't see. You know, Pisces is associated with the subconscious. It is about spirituality. It is about hidden realms. It's also about the ocean and the sea. And Mars is going to be about action and direction and anything involving exploration. So I've had a number of people reach out to me and ask me questions about what I think with this missing submarine. I do believe that this particular transit, peppered with a few other things, is possibly going to be giving us some insight as to what happened with the submarine and anything revolving around that, because Saturn does deal with machines. So as Saturn goes retrograde, we're having issues with machines that are relating to being in the ocean and going to the depths of the ocean. And here comes Mars, which is exploration, and it's making that opposition. So I'll leave it at that. Now we've got on the 21st of the month, the Sun in Cancer comes into an opposition with Pluto in Capricorn. This is where things get intense because we've got the Sun at 29, we've got Pluto at 29, we've got the North and the South Node at 29, and you guys know that 29 degrees represents a turning point. Sometimes it can feel like a crisis point in astrology. And 29 degrees of the cardinal signs is not something you want to mess around with when you see all of those squares. So this is where we really kind of see the Pluto, the Pluto square the nodes, and this will be a grand cardinal cross, kick the door in. What can I say about this? The Sun basically represents our joy. It's about positivity. It's about life. It can be about kings and men and father figures and leaders. Pluto is going to represent the shadow figure. So I anticipate that there is going to be some really significant information that's kind of surfacing, revolving around a leader and people demanding and expecting them to step down because of some kind of scandal involving corruption. And there could be some real intense reactions to some of this. North Node in Aries is very close to Aries, and if we think back to, I think it was 2015 to 2018, some of the Pluto-Aries squares that we were seeing between Pluto and Capricorn and Aries in the sign of Aries brought a lot of people going out and protesting and marching. We also saw lots of conflict revolving around people in uniform. There was lots of police officers, and police brutality was like a huge thing out in the world in regards to calming anything in regards to people going out there and like crowd management. Pluto in Capricorn, guys, the late degrees of Capricorn, you are going to see more military mobilization. You're going to see more military movement, and whether that is just out in the streets in the areas that you're living in, or you're noticing that there's more mobility and they're kind of like out and about, it's going to be a theme. And I do feel like it's important to let everybody know, please be mindful of your surroundings when this is taking place the second half of July going into August. If there is civil unrest, be very mindful that both military and police activity is not going to be messing around. Crowd control will probably be very, very violent, and I'm encouraging you guys to just be careful and think before you're going in and getting involved with any of these things. There is a multitude of ways to be able to express your opinions and your feelings on things without feeling like you need to get involved in like an angry mob, okay? On the 22nd of the month, Venus turns retrograde. So Venus will be going retrograde from the 22nd all the way until the beginning of September. We will talk about this a little bit more next month, but just know that if you are a Libra or a Taurus rising chart, you're going to be more impacted by this because you're ruled by Venus. Equally, Leo, Sun, Moon, or rising placements, you're also going to be feeling this. We know that Venus retrograde means that the goddess is not necessarily working at her full capabilities. So it is harder to find pleasure, harder to find peace, harder to be able to communicate and connect in relationships. And that's just the name of the game when we have a retrograde. There is more kind of fierce feminine energy. It's not as soft as it typically would be. And this particular retrograde is not the best time to be making dramatic changes to your hair because Leo is the main. So obviously this is very general. It's going to also be, you know, in some case-by-case basis, it could be good for some people, but generally when Venus is retrograde, major cosmetic changes, elective surgeries, getting married, engagements, buying jewelry, buying gold in this situation are all things that I would recommend to be very careful with. And it's also not a time to be solidifying or making grand announcements about relationships. So oftentimes with retrogrades, there's a reversal. So we get involved in the relationship, we realize it's not for us, we want out of it. There's a little bit of like a ping pong. So just be careful with that, and also be careful with investing in anything in regards to taking chances on speculative investments, because Leo is the sign that does deal with the markets. Leo is also about playmates and younger people and artists and creatives and lovers. And it's dramatic. We're going to see a lot of drama, especially considering throughout this Venus retrograde, Venus will make a number of aspects with Juno, which is the wife of Jupiter, who is also squaring Jupiter. So we're going to see Venus square Jupiter. So there's some kind of conflict between husbands and wives about resources and investments and money and possessions and children. We are also going to see a lot of people that are going to be excessively spending or indulging, only to regret it and realize like, oh, maybe this wasn't a good idea, or it didn't fix the relationship, it didn't salvage anything. Yeah, Lilith is going to be involved as well. So I do think there's going to be a lot of romantic scandals. I do think we're going to hear about some really significant separations, because by the time this is happening with Venus retrograde, it's tapping into that South Node in Libra. So some of us might be surprised to hear just what significant couples or professional pairs are separating, and where maybe it's because there was situations where a third party got involved. On the 25th of the month, Pluto in Capricorn officially squares the nodes exactly, although I'm telling you guys right now, you're feeling the square essentially from the new moon in Cancer. So from that moment on, with that new moon on the 17th, you're feeling it, but it's an exact square on the 25th. And when Pluto squares the nodes, from an evolutionary perspective, it basically means that there is some amount of immense pain or change or transformation, or something that needs to die off, or something new to be reborn. It's the energy of the phoenix. And the North Node in Aries is about our personal desires, right? Our instinctual needs on an individual level. And the South Node in Libra is about harmony and peace and mediation, and the inability to be able to find that. So we're going to see a lot of conflict and disharmony, and a lot of people who are going to have issues in relationships over conflict, I think, involving politics, because Pluto is in Capricorn. A lot of people arguing about who's right and who's wrong and whose fault it is, and we're just going to see a lot of political drama. Out in the world, though, in your life, it's really important to take a look at where Capricorn is in your chart, because this square is essentially saying, hey, we must kind of dig down deep, with our two hands, remove all of the rot, clear all of this stuff out, in order to be able to get to this North Node in Aries. So nobody gets a pass. Yes, it's going to be more intense, like I said, for the late degrees of the cardinal signs. Equally, if you're Scorpio rising, you may be the one who's kind of like saying to your friends or your partners or your family or your coworkers, or just standing up and being like, enough of the bullshit. Let's just like get to the heart of the matter. Let's expose this. Let's finally deal with the wounding, and let's finally kind of face the music. So it can be about finally tackling some of those fears that we've had, and no longer being in a place of being unwilling to just acknowledge the elephant in the room, right? Pluto is death. Pluto is also destruction. It is crime. It is corruption. And it's all about us doing an immense amount of shadow work. I do believe that this is going to be felt the strongest from 29 to 27 degrees. So this is going to pretty much go from mid-July all the way through the second half of August, that all of us are really going to notice in some area of our life, like there is something that needs to kind of go. So it's time to take out the trash. Hopefully you guys do well with that. And then finally on the 27th, we're going to see Mercury in Leo coming into conjunction with Venus retrograde in Leo. It's not often that I include, Mercury aspects in this because Mercury moves so quickly. But I think it's important because Venus is retrograding and it's going to come into conjunction with Mercury, which is definitely an energy of a lot of people hearing from the past, okay? During Venus retrogrades, it's not unusual for the past to pop up. Certain rising signs may very well hear from people from the past, or be reevaluating past relationships, figuring out ways to better kind of connect to their inner child, or to love themselves more and work on more so on having healthier relationships, right? Even if you're not connecting with the past, you're reevaluating how you can be better when it comes to relating. But Mercury is things like phones, emails, text messages, social media. It's also about doubles. So it can be about options and choices. So the 27th is a day that I would really watch, because I do think that that is when the past is calling, and answering that call might create some drama, right? And Mercury can also be about doubles. So it can kind of talk about the fact that maybe you're in a situation and then somebody kind of reaches out to you, and then you're like, oh, well, now I've got this other person. Maybe you've accepted a job and you finally get a call back from that position you applied for months ago that you really wanted to take, and now all of a sudden they're hiring and you're like, now I have two options. So this Venus retrograde, even though it's in the sign of Leo, reminds me a lot of like the Lovers card, where there's going to be a lot of temptation. And we're going to be tempted to go, oh, is the grass greener? Is there a better paying job? Is there a better partner? Maybe it is better if I live in a different place. And, actions that are taken during this retrograde can potentially have some pretty significant emotional or financial consequences. Nevertheless, the Venus retrograde, it is going to sextile the South Node. So it's going to help the right people get out of relationships if it's time to go. And it's going to trine the North Node, which is going to be about making the decision that's best for you. But this day makes me wonder if people are changing their mind, right? Mercury, about their who they love, what they love. And I'm curious to see what kind of happens here. Lots of people changing their mind about their investments and values. Now, for ingresses for the month, we are going to see on the 10th, Mars will be entering into the sign of Virgo. Mars, like I said, is about action and direction, and it's about vitality and passion, and it's moving into a sign that is an earth mutable sign. So Virgo is mercurial. It's how do we take action to heal? How do we take action to cut things out, like bad habits, or where do we make cuts in our schedule, or where do we make changes in our diet or in our routine? The challenging thing is, like I said, the North Node is ruled by Mars. So one of the first aspects that Mars is really going to come up against is we're going to see on the 20th, 10 days later, Mars is going to oppose Saturn. That's a pretty gnarly transit to have. It's also going to be in the sign that deals with workers and anything in regards to the service industry, hospitality, nursing, animals, and it's going to oppose Saturn in Pisces. I think we're about to find out in the second half of July and, in August and September that there's more job cuts coming. There's more people who are going to lose their jobs. We're going to hear about worsening numbers, I think, of employment, and also like how certain companies are producing. And yeah, we're going to see by the end of summer that things are actually declining up economically. And so I anticipate that the Mars-Saturn opposition is going to be the beginning of that. If you are an Aries or Scorpio rising, the Mars transit is very important because it is your planetary ruler. But positive things we're going to see from this Mars transit, Mars is going to pick up some energy with making trines to Jupiter in Taurus, Uranus in Taurus, and eventually Pluto in Capricorn. So once it gets out of those kind of funky aspects of opposing Saturn and Neptune, we're going to have some positive changes. It's going to be about getting honest with ourselves about what we actually need to cut out or what we need to remove, and that it's actually going to be, for positive reason. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see the sun enter into the sign of Leo. So this is going to be Leo season. So you want to take a look at where Leo is in your chart. The sun is the planet that rules Leo. So the sun going through Leo is going to be a really significant time because it's got a little bit more extra potency. We're going to see more sun square, Jupiter, sun square Uranus type energy. To have the sun in Leo and Mars and Venus is going to be really interesting because it's just going to be very creative and dynamic pretty much all summer long, to be honest with you. And then on the 26th of the month, we are going to see Mercury is going to enter into the sign of Virgo, which is good because Mercury is the planet that is associated with Virgo. So it's going to kind of be playing with home field advantage. So we've got that working in all of the Gemini and Virgo risings favor. So that should be an easier transit for you guys. The only retrograde we're going to have this month is going to be the Venus retrograde. So just so you guys know, the 22nd Venus will retrograde, and it will go retrograde at 28 degrees of Leo, and it will retrograde all the way back to 12 degrees of Leo, and that'll go direct in September. So essentially, if you have any planetary placement, sun, moon, rising, or personal planet, 12 to 28 degrees, you are in the line of the Venus retrograde, and it may impact you a little bit more personally than other people. So definitely take a look at the house or the planet that's being aspected. And then for lunations for the month, we're going to have a full moon in Capricorn on the 3rd. It's going to be at 11 degrees. I just recently, this last week, put a video out on the full moon in Capricorn. It's chef's kiss of astrology. There's some really good things going on here. We've got some trines taking place both between the moon and Jupiter. And we also see a trine between the sun in Cancer and Saturn in Pisces. And there's a ton of sextiles because everything's pretty much in like Capricorn, Pisces, Taurus, Cancer. So there's a lot of like earth, water stuff going on. But the biggest thing I think is the moon that's going to trine Jupiter, which does give us the opportunity to have more growth, have more abundance, have positive things manifesting around the time of the full moon. So you really want to make sure that you're moonifesting and making the most of that particular transit. And then on the 17th, we're going to have the new moon in Cancer at 24 degrees. And that'll be that new moon seed that's taking place. But as a reminder, this new moon is not pretty. The fact that it opposes Pluto, the moon squares its own nodes, we're actually going to feel like this is kind of like a crisis related new moon. So a lot of the things that are going to come from it are going to come as a result of things happening in our life that are pushing us to make changes. So in my mind, I'm not going to tell people to not manifest or to not do anything to ritualize a lunation, but I'm going to keep reminding everybody not all new and full moons are created equally. You need to actually look at the planetary ruler and see how it's aspected. So definitely not as abundant or as nice as the full moon that we have early in the month. But nevertheless, hopefully you guys can, you can make lemonade out of this situation, knowing that it's going to be at 24 degrees. I know that it is at least going to be making some trines to Neptune. So it can be about tapping into your intuition, focusing on what you want to release, becoming more aware of your emotions, but in opposition to Pluto and a square to the nodes. And you guys will see all month long, it'll basically play out. So from the new moon in July until the new moon in August. And when we have that new moon in August, it's going to be in Leo, which means we're probably going to see Venus retrograde and a sun and moon in Leo. So we are reevaluating our heart's desires and our relationships, very much so. All right. So let's go ahead and now get into the July 2023 12 rising sign horoscopes. As a reminder, I am a tropical Western astrologer. That is what I practice. This is going to be for the whole sign Placidus prediction. So if you use, this is going to be for whole sign predictions, not for Placidus. But if you use Placidus, you need to look at the specific degrees of where these particular new full moons or conjunctions are taking place. But you can use whole sign if you would like to listen to these predictions. Or you can also listen to your progress chart. So it's kind of like choose your own adventure. Now, I recommend listening for your ascendant, then your sun, and then your moon sign. I think everybody will get a little bit of something from each of those, but the ascendant tends to be the most accurate for my forecasts, for my horoscope, because I actually work with the zodiacal order. So I'm going to tell you quite literally where and when things are taking place, but you may find some of this stuff relates to your sun sign as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the 12 rising signs. All right, so this is going to be for Aries and Aries rising. Welcome to July of 2023. Just a reminder, Aries, your chart ruler Mars is going to be changing signs this month. That's important because that generally has an impact on you as well as your body or just the area of life that you're really focusing on, okay? So on the 10th, it'll be entering into Virgo, where it will spend roughly a month and a half, and it's going into the 6th house. 6th house, daily routine, habits, your workspace. It can also be about coworkers. It can also be in relation to your health and your habits. So Mars going into this part of your chart is going to do some stuff. It's going to come into an opposition with Neptune, so you're more prone to having some issues with accidents. And also Saturn, Neptune's visibility issues. You're going to see that at the end of the transit next month, but it's going to come into an opposition with Saturn. So Saturn is limits, Mars is action. You might feel like you're overdoing it, like you're overworking out, you're being a little too rigid. Slow your roll, take your time. And I love Mars transits in the 6th to check stuff off your to-do list and also to be kind of looking at what you can kind of get rid of or what you can cut out. So if you're looking to detox, clear, or cut things out of your diet or get rid of a gnarly habit, both with Mars going through the sign and the opposition to Saturn, I think it's very doable. Just be mindful of not being like in a rush, right? Because you could get into some tiffs and have some issues with coworkers. There can also be a sense of realizing that not everybody at work is your friend, that there can be some like hidden enemy stuff going on, and some visibility issues, which can make you more accident prone, okay? All right. So I want to start first with the first of the month. We're going to see a Sun-Mercury cazimi in the sign of Cancer. So this will be taking place in your 4th house where the sun is shining a light on your home and your family. When Mercury comes into conjunction, Mercury rules your 6th house and your 3rd. I feel like it can be about a really strong intuitive hit. It can be about an insightful conversation you have with a relative. Could be an aunt, uncle, cousin, or sibling. Maybe you're talking to a neighbor about an issue with a pet. Maybe you're looking to possibly bring somebody in to help you organize or clean your home. And you may just have like an aha moment where you're like, I know exactly who to call. Or maybe there is like a sibling that reaches out to you and says that they need some kind of help with a home matter. And you're like, okay, I'm on it. The same day, Mercury in Cancer will sextile Jupiter. So it also makes me feel like it's about improving the home and something that you may have to buy or you have to pay for, but it is going to be worth it because it's likely going to make the home feel better organized or better kind of kept. And also just good news generally overall. Like Jupiter does generally bring good news. So it might be that there's like a tweak that you need to make to your home or your living situation, but it might improve the value of the home overall. Then on the The second of the month, we're going to see Venus in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. So you've got Venus in your 5th house of children, creativity, lovers, and playtime coming into a square with Uranus. Okay, so all summer long, you have Venus in this part of your chart. Even in the midst of the retrograde, having Venus in your 5th house for 4 months does give you the opportunity for loving yourself more, expressing yourself more, having more fun, taking more chances. And honestly, it can be really great for your love life. But it can also represent, when it comes to your relationships, particularly either with a like non-committed partner or with a younger person or with a child, that there is some sense of like friction going on. And it can be financial friction where, you know, a kid's got sports and they've got, you know, like parties and things they have to go to, and you're like having all these expenses related to a younger person. It can even mean that you're trying to spend a bit of money to like impress another person. So expensive gifts and, you know, wining and dining people could also be kind of expensive. Even if it's just like grand gestures of love, it might be something that is kind of expensive. Venus rules your 7th house of others. So for Venus and Uranus to be in friction, there can be a sense of like you're trying to lay it on thick to win somebody over, or vice versa. And it can have a positive or a negative impact on your self-esteem. That's really the truth. Venus transits really do affect your relationships and how you feel in relationships and if you feel secure. I would not recommend taking any chances in financial matters on this day, because likely there can be upsets with the square, and you may feel like it's just more challenging to like appease another person. By the same token, Venus-Uranus can be shocks and surprises, so it can be good surprises, unexpected relationships, love at first sight. It really depends on your chart, but I would pay attention to what's happening, because that aspect is going to happen several times. And Uranus does rule like other people, so the fact that Uranus is in the 2nd house, it just tells me that there's some friction revolving around like how you have fun versus how other people have fun. Or where maybe you're really prioritizing a romantic partner or a child over going out and doing something socially. On the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Cancer. Okay, so it'll still be in the 4th house, coming into opposition with Pluto in your 10th house. Likely there's going to be some intense exchange, maybe that you're having with a relative or with a boss, involving like what you need to be doing on a personal level or on the home front versus the responsibility that you have out in the world at work. So you might get a phone call from home or from like your kid's school or from a parent that's like, hey, I need help, something's going on. And it comes into this opposition with Pluto, and you might kind of feel like you have some pressure from your career or from a superior, and you feel like you're being pulled in 2 separate directions. Once again, Mercury rules communication, meetings, emails, and documents, and Pluto in the 10th house is about power struggles in the world. It is possible also you've got something brewing on the home front, and like you're trying to figure out how to integrate and make some of these changes in regards to your work, or how to talk to a boss about the fact that you may be moving, or maybe you're going through some struggles in your personal life, and like it's impacting your ability to show up to work, and maybe there's some fear revolving around communicating the need to make some of these changes. On the 17th of the month, the North Node is moving into the sign of Aries, which is very big news for you, Aries. This is almost in a way like kicking off a brand new 18, 19-year cycle. The North and the South Node moving into angular houses is definitely going to make your life more active. And I'm going to recommend really paying attention to what is going on in July. Because in July, we have the sun going through Cancer, lighting up your home house, squaring the nodes. And then we're also going to have Pluto in Capricorn squaring the nodes. So once again, mirroring, kind of feeling like you're being pulled in 2 separate directions. I think you're going to feel this also like around both of the moons, probably more so the 17th when you have the new moon in Cancer. But with the North Node going into your 1st house, it's basically saying over the next 18 months, there's more of a focus on you. What does your body look like? How do you feel? Where are your goals going in life? What are you hoping to achieve? Do you want to get stronger? Do you want to be more athletic? Would you rather be single? Do you want to start new patterns for yourself, right? And so it's interesting that the North Node is in your sign, so it's bringing all of this attention to your physical body, and the ruler, Mars, is in your 6th house. So it does tell me that something about this ingress is like, what do I need to change, right? Do I need to stop smoking? Do I need to start going to the gym? Do I need to, cut back on my partying? Do I need to sleep more? And you may be trying to find ways to kind of perfect some of these things so that way you're feeling better in your body, but you're also making decisions on a regular basis with what's best for you. Now, while this happens, eclipses are going to be taking place in your sign and also in your opposite sign of Libra. So the polar energy of this is South Node eclipses in your 7th house, which you're going to start experiencing in the fall. Simply put, North Node in the 1st house is what's best for you, what you need, and like learning to put your needs first sometimes, even if that means going at it alone. And the South Node eclipses in your 7th house might represent changes going on with relationships or partnerships, changes going on where people from the past are coming back. It might mean that there is like a reevaluation of current relationships, partnerships, client relationships, and some of you guys will make the decision with Pluto square the nodes to change something about a partnership or like an alliance that you have. It might mean that you're like, I don't want to work for this company anymore because I don't feel like it's in alignment. I want to start my own business. Other people are going to be like, this relationship's not working. I'm just changing my status out in the world, and I've been married and now I'm single. So it does not mean that every Aries rising is going to get divorced, okay? Because I know some people are going to freak out and they're going to think that. Or that you're going to go through a separation. It just means that it's sometimes going to be harder to keep the peace, and you're letting go of like people-pleasing tendencies when it comes to relationships and listening to your own instincts. Pay attention to the eclipses taking place in the fall. I'll do videos on that in a couple months. But know that the North Node is conjunct that 29-degree point where we had an eclipse in April. So it may be beneficial to think back to what was going on in April, what was changing for you, what came up with that eclipse around the 19th, because now it's reactivating that point because the North Node is on it. And it's reactivating that point because Pluto is also squaring it. So, oof. All right, so then we have on the 20th, Mars opposed Saturn. So we spoke about how this is kind of like slowing your roll. I would encourage you guys to be really mindful of just your health, your habits, how you're working, and also maybe like integrating more meditation or rest or recuperation. If you're trying to quit smoking or trying to make changes in some of your patterns, hypnosis might actually be really helpful, as could be therapy. Then on the 21st, you're going to see the Sun in Cancer come into an opposition with Pluto, and that's also going to be right around just after that new moon in Cancer. So the 17th or the 21st, things feel a little loud in your chart. Sun in opposition to Pluto really is bringing in the energy of the Sun, which is the 5th house ruler. So it might mean that there's like a child that's potentially interfering with like career needs, and you're having some issues with like somebody who's like not listening to you. Inner child issues can come up. There can also be a bit of like a standoff that you're having with a relative or a boss. The Sun in the 4th house is bringing so much energy to your emotional needs in your home and your family that you might realize that in order to better navigate some of the changes going on in your personal life, there is a definite need to make a shift in regards to your career or at work. I will also say that it's possible that there is some huge segue or change for a male figure. You might have like a father that's like, I'm retiring, or like a grandparent that's just like, yeah, I'm focusing more on, staying home and taking care of things. And I'm like now starting to kind of allow other relatives to kind of step in and kind of help me. And I don't have to do everything by myself anymore. It's like the energy of like retiring, or, starting to kind of like pass the torch in the family. Then we're going to have on the 22nd, Venus is going to go retrograde in your 5th house. So like I said, 4 months of having Venus in this particular house. can bring more playtime. It can bring more fun, dating, getting to know people. It's not very commitment oriented though. There is a sense of being like, I want to have fun. I want my freedom. So you may be feeling that most of this summer, but it is bringing in the themes of commitment because Venus rules your 7th in the 5th. So for some of you guys who are single, you might meet somebody and it might start off as a casual fling and you might be surprised to find out that it has potential to become a really significant committed relationship. Some of you guys are also reevaluating whether or not you're still in love with someone or whether or not you want to have children, or maybe you're going back to old creative projects. Old lovers can come back as well. I think that if you're making investments or you're considering like launching your own business or doing something independently, be very careful because the 5th house is about self-employment. So you need to really make sure that it's like something that is well thought out and that you have like a good business plan so that way you're not potentially losing money in the process. But that Venus retrograde is definitely reevaluating matters of the heart. Then on the 25th of the month, we are going to be seeing Pluto in Capricorn square the nodes. But as I said in the video, from the 21st on, you're really feeling it. And that's because you're going to have Pluto at 29 and the North and the South node at 29. So here's the deal, okay? Pluto represents necessary change and transformation. And with Pluto, you can do things the easy way and you can just submit to that and undergo the Plutonian experience of going to the underworld and being reborn. Or you can fight it every which way till Sunday and you're going to get burned. So my advice is with Pluto square the nodes, this is about the willingness to totally radically change and transform something about the way that you look at the power within your career. This might be a time where some of you guys are like, that's it, I quit. I can't do this anymore. And I could see that also with Saturn in opposition to Mars, where you're like, some jobs are not worth this. Or, you know, it's not worth my health. It's not worth the stress. It may also be a time where you guys are more dedicated than ever to finally finding a new job or, changing something about your occupation. Watch out for power struggles at work. It's very real. If not, it could very well be with a parent because the axis of the 10th and the 4th house do deal with parents. And then finally, on the 27th, you're going to see Mercury in Leo coming into conjunction with Venus retrograde in Leo. That's in your 5th house. So Mercury, which can represent things in regards to health or schedule, communications in regards to that, systems, retrograding back into the 5th. And so it has a lot to do with Pluto. Throughout the Venus retrograde, Venus both in her retrograde at 28 degrees and also when she comes out of the shadow, she will quincunx Pluto. I could see a lot of you guys like working hard on a creative project or trying to find ways to start your own business or trying to find ways to like dig deep and heal some inner issues that you have on an emotional level relating to parents and whether or not you feel good enough. And if you're giving yourself love and you're learning how to love yourself more and you're putting an end to this chapter of like feeling like, you had that parent or that boss that always told you were never good enough. And so you're learning to really express yourself and kind of dig deep and find your inner strength. But yeah, Mercury conjunct Venus. I mean, hey, you might hear from somebody from the past that you already kind of went splitzo with. That's possible. It is also possible that you're reevaluating a health matter that could be connected either to your hands. It could be connected to mobility, to breathing. It could also be connected to your heart, because Venus is also going retrograde in the same sign. If you have a child or a younger person in your life, they could also be going through some kind of health-related issue, but likely it is like a quick moving thing. It's not going to be super serious based off of the aspects, but there is like a sense of re-evaluating something that's either on your heart or in regards to someone that you love, okay? All right, so let's take a look at what the cards say for the month ahead for you. The card that I get is the Wheel of Fortune.
I like this card. I like this card because it does talk about being at the right place at the right time. And it's just kind of like everything happens for a reason. The Wheel of Fortune deals with Jupiter. It does have connections to things going your way. Good luck, fate, life cycles, destiny, a turning point. The universe is in control, changes, karma, and unexpected energies. Okay? So for the most part, like the Venus-Uranus squares might mean that you create things and it ends up being like way, way, way more abundant or successful than you ever anticipated. But the willingness to allow the universe to intervene and help you with the process of bringing you this good luck seems to be really important. The Wheel of Fortune can also talk about certain serendipitous things kind of happening in order to kind of get you on the right path. So it's about paying attention to some of those things and really trusting that the universe has your back. Good luck, Aries. I hope it's a good one. All right, so we have got Taurus and Taurus rising. Welcome to July 2023. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to talk to you guys about what you got going on this month. And you know that I'm going to talk your ear off about Venus retrograde because Venus is your chart ruler and it is going retrograde the second part of July. So when Venus turns retrograde on the 22nd, this is very important because Venus is an archetype for you. So wherever Venus goes in the sky, whichever house Venus is in, definitely talks a lot about where you are and what you are doing. So Venus rules your first house of the self and the body, okay? Your appearance, how you look, especially because it's a Venus-related sign. It can be about your hair, your cosmetics, how you're dressing. It can be about your health, anything in regards just to the state of your body. So Venus will spend 4 months total in your fourth house in the sign of Leo, which is a sign that squares you. So likely you've been paying attention over the last couple of weeks from when like Mars was in a square to your sign, when Venus was in a square to your sign. This is important because it's showing you where you are the person who is like responding to some of these changes that are going on in your home. My advice is with Venus going retrograde, don't make any really significant cosmetic or physical appearance changes pretty much from June all the way till the beginning of October once we get Venus out of Leo. Even then, at the end of that, when Venus goes into Virgo, it's going to oppose Saturn. So you're not really going to have like a decent Venus transit until Venus gets into Libra. So it's going to be sometime in the fall. So I would recommend be putting off any major physical appearance changes until then. But a Venus retrograde can be a wonderful time to take several months to come up with a new wardrobe, work on yourself, work on your appearance. Likely you're doing this in private because it's in the fourth house, or there is some kind of change going on with like your home or your family. And some of you guys might be deciding, we're going to renovate the house, we're going to install new carpet, we're getting new furniture, we want to bring in new art, we want to paint the walls. And I would say, don't spend a ton of money, please, even though you may be the one who's considering doing it because you're Venus. Slow and steady changes, and be mindful that like real estate situations can slow down. So if you're in the process of trying to buy a house or trying to sell a house, if you're in the process of redecorating a house, all of these things are going to be slow because why? It's a retrograde. And we have a ton of other planets retrograde this month anyway. There's a lot of outer planets that are going to be retrograde. So things will feel slow in general, but more so for you. And Venus rules not just your first house, but also your sixth. So this tells me that there is a sense of working on the home or the emotions or the organization of the home to feel better or healthier, or that you can get on better with people in the home. But Venus is going to make a number of squares to both Jupiter and Uranus in your sign. So it tells me that you have to work on the home or the emotions first before you start seeing the physical changes in appearances. Issues with female relatives can be a theme, and there can be a little bit of a back and forth here as well, okay? On the first of the month, we're going to see the Sun and Mercury come into a cazimi in your third house. And this is going to be about some kind of insight or information or conversation that kind of comes up. It may be with a sibling. It may be with potentially like a neighbor or an aunt or an uncle. You might have a phone call or a conversation with somebody that catches you off guard, where you get some information that you were not aware of. Now, it's also going to sextile Jupiter in your sign, so it does make me feel like it's positive news, it's good news. It might be about involving a move or someone coming to visit you, or you going on a trip of some kind. Same day, like I said, yeah, with Mercury sextile Jupiter in your sign, I feel like this is about you maybe like realizing or saying or like writing down your intentions in regards to something that you're hoping to change. So it has some kind of like manifestational abilities, if that makes sense. So it's about really getting clear with where you want to move, what you want to say, what you want to be learning, and really like owning the fact that there's going to be some kind of change. On the 2nd of the month, Venus in Leo squares Uranus in Taurus, and that's the first of 3 squares. So your chart ruler squaring Uranus in your sign. And so it tells me like maybe this whole summer there's more focus on your home and your family, and you're learning to be present with that. You're learning to be present with your domestic stuff. And that means that you're having to kind of get out of your own way when it comes to being super fixated on having inconsistency or wanting freedom. There might be a sense of like your family wanting to get together, or having reunions or parties, and you're like, I want to be the person who stirs the pot and says no, or I'm being difficult. It can also mean that because Uranus rules your 10th house, you're learning like you're not completely in control of either career or family dynamics, and you're having to kind of be a little bit more open to change. You might have like a female relative or a wife or like a mother-in-law or a sister that comes in that's kind of like more demanding and challenges what it is that you want to do. Watch out for just disharmony in general with women in the home, because that can be a theme. That'll happen several times, by the way. You are one of the signs that I would really recommend taking my Venus retrograde webinar, because it's going to be really insightful for you. On the 10th of the month, Mercury in Cancer opposes Pluto in Capricorn. So you're going to have Mercury in your 3rd house of communication, vehicles, traveling, learning, oppose Pluto. And this is the day, Taurus, that you want to be very careful. Make a note of the 10th. There can be an intense conversation you can have with a judge, with a lawyer, with a teacher, with a mentor. It can also be with your partner. It can be like a debate that can be about beliefs or philosophy that can get kind of nasty. And generally, Mercury is about our mind and what we're saying or what we're thinking. And when it opposes Pluto, which rules your 7th house, it means that you're going to be debating something, and you might be like, using or citing an article or a document. Definitely a time if you're driving, make sure you have car insurance, make sure you have your paperwork on you, make sure you have your ID, because there could definitely be some issues with some authority figures because of this. On the 17th of the month, the North Node enters into the sign of Aries, which is important because it's going to be there for almost the better part of the next year and a half. Now, congratulations, Taurus, you survived all of the eclipses that were taking place in Scorpio and Taurus. You've got one more eclipse that's going to be taking place at the end of October, but it's a good one because it's going to be conjunct Jupiter. So here we have new eclipses coming in. We have got the North Node moving into the 12th house, which is the deep subconscious. It's about, in a way, I think, tapping into your inner intuition. It's about being okay being alone sometimes. It's about faith. It's about practice and spirituality and your connection with Source. The 12th house can be mental hospitals, it can be prisons, it can be healing centers, it can be retreat centers. It's hidden in nature. And we're going to see eclipses taking place here and also in Libra for, like I said, about almost a year and a half. The ingress is going to put a focus on Mars, and Mars at the time of the ingress is going to be coming into your 5th house, which is going to be in the sign of Virgo. So what this basically means is you are focusing more on taking time to kind of rest and recuperate. Maybe you need a studio or a private place to create. Maybe you're spending more time in your bedroom. Maybe you're going to doctor's appointments. Especially because Mars in the 5th house makes me feel like it's an artist that needs a private space to create, or it's somebody who's pregnant that's needing to go to doctor's appointments and they're needing to go and talk to specialists about the potential future of a child. I say this also because you have Jupiter in your 1st house and you're having a Venus retrograde in the 4th. So some of you guys are talking about having kids, or there's more action around your kids. Maybe you're hiding in a bathroom because you need 5 minutes away from your kids. I don't even know. But if it's not relating to children, it can be relating to things changing in regards to your love life and something shifting in regards to a romantic connection with someone. Once again, these are general, so it's going to really depend on your situation. But the long and short of it is, this is about making peace with healing yourself. And it can also be about tapping into past lives and psychic things and intuitive things. And I think it might be a good idea for some of you guys to be maybe working out in private, right? This can be Aries, so maybe going to a private gym or creating in private. Now with the South Node in Libra, you're clearing out old relationship baggage, especially in the 6th house, the effects that it's had on your health, the effects that it's had on your productivity, and possibly there could be some changes in your workspace or in your schedule in some capacity. Then on the 20th of the month, Mars will come into an opposition with Saturn, and Mars rules relationships and Saturn rules in the 11th house, like friends and like limitations with friends. So I could definitely see, the needs of a creative project or the needs of a younger person or a romantic partner that is really demanding, and it's kind of like temporarily keeping you from having fun or keeping you from being focused on other people. So there can be a lot of like, no, I'm not going to the party. Like I'm hanging out with my spouse or my significant other. Or, oh, I can't drink because, I'm the person who is going to be like, having to, organize a get together for like my kids. So I can just stay for a few minutes, but I can't stay and party. Something like that, because Saturn in Pisces is like very sobering. And there can be this feeling of distance that you're having with certain friends here as well. But there's so much to celebrate with so many planets in your 4th and your 5th house that I don't really know if it's going to affect you as much as it might other signs. Then on the 21st, we're going to see the Sun in Cancer oppose Pluto in Capricorn. Okay, so you have another opposition to Pluto. So all of these Pluto oppositions or Pluto aspects definitely affect your relationships big time. So there's a lot of relationship stuff that can keep coming up this month. Okay, so just be ready for it. If not relationships, then it's how you're relating to other people and feeling like there is a lot of back and forth that you're having to do with other people. So with the Sun in opposition to Pluto, this is going to be about relatives, but in the 3rd house, I think it could be like a sister, an aunt. It could be about a grandmother. It could be about a cousin. I mean, I say women because it's in a feminine sign and it's in the 3rd. And it can be the older sibling in your life. And the opposition to Pluto means that, like, once again, butting heads, not communicating well, not seeing eye to eye about something, and there can be a little bit of friction and some intensity in terms of how you guys are relating and feeling like a little threatened in terms of like intelligence. I can definitely see that being like a bit of a verbal sparring and somebody kind of taking a swipe at your ability to comprehend the topic that's at hand. Then on the 22nd of the month, Venus will start her retrograde. So she'll be retrograde from the 22nd all the way until early September. I'll talk about that more in next month's video, but for starters, once again, things are going to slow down on the property real estate, kind of level. So if you're trying to buy or sell, now is not the best time. You might find that it's going to take longer. Expect something to be going on where a woman might return to your life, especially family related. Somebody might move in or move out. And because you are Venus, it's about you feeling like you need out of the home maybe. And you're needing a little bit more freedom and excitement. And you're just like, I'm cooped up, I need out. Then we have on the 25th of the month, Pluto in Capricorn, square the nodes, okay? And, this is colorful because, Pluto, it rules your 7th house of relationships. It can be about counselors, mentors, gurus, teachers. It can be about clients. It can be about spouses, business partners, but it's in the 9th house. So it does kind of say like there's a challenge involving things in regards to relationships and not seeing eye to eye and feeling like you need to make a change. It can also mean like a crisis of faith. There's a crisis of faith going on. So maybe you're kind of like feeling like, oh, I used to believe in this thing. I don't believe in this thing anymore. And so what does it mean? Like, now what is my faith? And I think that that might kind of send you further into the North Node in the 12th house, where maybe you're kind of learning to just step away more from like religion or some particular practice, and you're like believing in yourself and just kind of being alone more and meditating and allowing that to be something that guides you. Watch out for legal related issues with the Pluto square, because that can definitely be the theme. And on the 27th of the month, we're going to have Mercury in Leo coming into a conjunction with Venus. So here we have Mercury, which is the ruler of your 5th house of lovers, romance, and children, and also 2nd house of investments, ownership, what money you have, and it's coming into a conjunction in the 4th house. So to me, it seems like you're re-evaluating, do I want to buy this thing for the house? Do I really want to paint the walls orange? Do I really want to buy that expensive art piece or that gaudy statue? Especially if it's something really gaudy, because that can be Leo, or like gold. I would be very careful. It can also mean that there is a reevaluation of the home base based off of a child or a romantic partner. Now, the 4th house is the past. So you're another one of those signs that might actually have the past calling. It doesn't mean you have to answer, but it does mean that it is possible that you are rehashing something or finally getting closure from something. And if you've been reevaluating what you want in a romantic relationship, if you've been reevaluating what you want when it comes to also a younger person or a child, this might be the moment where you have the opportunity to change your mind, change direction, because it's involving Venus. And that's pretty much it for the month. It's a very active one for you. I think that you're going to see this July clear into August. There's going to be a lot of similar themes. And in August, you're going to see like the sun coming into the squares as well. The good news is that it is going to be giving you the opportunity to rock and rattle and roll if you want when it comes to your home life, right? So if you need a change of scenery, if you need to move somewhere else, if you need to make a shift with someone you're living with, it's a time for that stuff to start happening. But it does seem uncomfortable because all these energies in Leo, they do square you. The card that I get for you is the 2 of Cups, which is a relationship card. So that's interesting. This is about unified love, partnership, mutual attraction, romantic love, connection, respect, joining forces, closed hands, and unity. So anything is possible if you're doing it together. 2 is better than 1. Opportunity for relationships and support. I wonder if the Venus retrograde for you is reevaluating the relationships that you have with those who are closest to you in your home or in your family, perhaps with one of your parents. I also think that there can be a sense of clearing up some kind of family karma with Venus's retrograde here. And I know with some of the squares to Uranus and Jupiter, it's going to feel like these are radical shifts going on. I know that. But I also know that it can help you really kind of start curating the life that you want. And so really, like, you're in the driver's seat. If you want to make changes, it's all about learning how to work with other people to usher these changes in, so you're not feeling like you're kind of getting stuck in Groundhog's Day. And it can be wonderful for relationships of all kinds. 2 of Cups can be an indication that you get an invitation of some kind. So whether somebody asks you out to dinner, or somebody, you know, sends you an invitation for a birthday party or for an engagement party, or somebody says, hey, come and visit us, stay with us for the weekend. Something like that may pop up that can be actually really good for you. Okay? Good luck. Good luck, Taurus. Let me know how it goes in the comments below. All right, so we've got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, Gemmies? we got some stuff going on this month involving Mercury. Mercury always changes signs throughout the month. So Mercury will be leaving the sign of Leo and it will be moving into Virgo. This is important because Mercury rules your sign, and when Mercury goes into Virgo, it's going into a sign that squares you. So sometimes there is some friction with your energy, especially considering we've got Saturn and Neptune in mutable signs. The Mercury transit's going to be pretty active. You'll see that actually continuing into August. But with Mercury going into your 4th house and Mars going into your 4th house, there's going to be lots of talk about home and living situations. Okay, so that's going to be like a big theme. I like Mercury for organizing, communicating, labeling. So I think that with having like your 4th house ruler in the 4th house and like Mars in your 4th house, this is a time to like organize, get ready to pack. It can be about labeling things, cleaning things, getting stuff all situated, cleaning out garages, like stuff of that nature. But it's also really helpful for like looking for a new place and possibly hiring a real estate agent or somebody to kind of help you find a new place to live. All right, so on the 1st of the month, we're going to have another important Mercury aspect, and this is going to be the Sun-Mercury Cazimi taking place in Cancer. Now, like I said, this is when Mercury is in the superior conjunction to the Sun, so it's about some information being relayed that's important. And it's in your 2nd house, which deals with self-esteem, resources, and finances. So it's tying together your 3rd house lord and your ruler in the 2nd. And it's likely there is like an important conversation involving resources or what you're spending on your home. Maybe you get an email or you get a letter in the mail that there's some kind of changes in your expenses in regards to your rent or your cost of living. Or maybe you think you have found something that you're interested in purchasing or buying. It is possible, because the Sun does deal with like cars and vehicles and documents, that it can be about you realizing like, oh, I want to change cars, or, you know, I have this document I need to process, so I need to make a payment. It can also be about an important conversation you're having with like a relative, particularly a sibling, about like a home or a financial matter. But the good news is the same day, that conjunction is sextiling Jupiter in your 12th house. So it might almost feel like a guardian angel situation where it's like something comes up and you're like, what am I going to do? But it remedies itself. It might mean that you have an intuitive hit about something and you're journaling and you're making some notes and then it comes to be true. Or you have a dream about something and you're like, I had a dream about this. I know exactly what's going to happen. So somehow you're protected or like prepared because Jupiter is in the 12th house. On the 2nd of the month, we're going to have Venus in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. So we'll have Venus going through your 3rd house, bringing more beauty and harmony to your situation involving relationships with siblings or neighbors. Maybe you're getting invited to backyard barbecues. Maybe you have just recently added some new stuff to your car and you've spruced it up and you got it detailed. Maybe this is about you just feeling more flirtatious in your communication patterns. Venus will square Uranus, which is kind of like stressful. It makes me feel like there is like a lot of tense energy where you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. I don't know how else to explain it. Uranus in the 12th house has this feeling of like, oh, something's in the air. Like it feels like something's going to change. And with the square to Venus, and Venus rules your 5th house of creativity and your 12th house of subconscious, I feel like the outlet for that is writing, right? It might quite literally be journaling, or maybe you're writing something about fantasy or spirituality or sci-fi. Maybe you're learning more about astrology with Jupiter and Uranus in your 12th house, and you're like learning as a hobby and you're having to like read books or listen to podcasts. That square will happen several times, which also makes me feel like to be mindful that there can be sudden fluctuations and changes in relationships with siblings or other relatives that can kind of turn on a dime, and you never know like which version of that person you're going to get, or there can be like a feeling of being hot and cold, and somebody kind of comes in for a little bit and then they go MIA. On the 10th of the month, we are going to see Mercury in Cancer come into an opposition with Pluto. So we're going to see both Mercury and the Sun eventually oppose Pluto. But the Mercury opposition is important because you're Mercury. So Mercury in the second house in Cancer is how you talk about feeling when it comes to your finances. So how you emotionally feel based off of your financial situation or what you own or what you possess. So when Mercury opposes Pluto, it means that there can be like an intense conversation involving like your resources versus someone else, or what you physically have versus what somebody else wants. And there can be like, you know, like a really harsh collector calling. There can be, you know, an intense situation that is putting pressure on you financially to pay something off or refinance something. It does also make me feel like it's about your financial security over someone else's. So if you're financially straight, somebody can be saying, oh, I'm going through some difficulty. I see you're doing well. Can you help me? And it's not in a positive way. It can be like in a manipulative, like, you've got plenty, why can't you share with me type of way. Be very careful with crime and your finances as well. I'd be like kind of checking out with the Mercury-Pluto opposition and the Sun-Pluto opposition. You know, making sure all your accounts are kosher, that nothing has been like hacked, that somebody doesn't have your banking information. Be very careful with your passwords, so on and so forth. You may also be, with the Mercury-Pluto opposition, inquiring to see if like you can get a loan or you can refinance something, because there's a lot of energy in your second house of your spending power. Then on the 17th of the month, we're going to see the North Node go into the sign of Aries, where it has not been for about 18 years. We recently in April had a solar eclipse here, so it's reactivating that. The North Node is talking about growth and the direction where we're going and what we have to learn that we have yet to experience. And the South Node talks about what we're observing, what we're tapping into that's beneficial, or what we're clearing out. So the good news is that Aries is a sign that naturally sextiles you. So that means that whether you're a sun, moon, rising in Gemini, there is a harmonious aspect with Aries. So the more that you're doing your Gemini work, changing, asking questions, communicating, seeing two sides of a situation, adapting, the easier it's going to be for you to have more growth in regards to your goals or in regards to your friends or socializing. The North Node in the 11th house is about becoming a part of a group. So you may find that over the next few years, there is like this emphasis on networking and professional groups and group learning and spending more time with your friends, that kind of stuff. The North Node's ruled by Mars, and at the time of the ingress, Mars is actually going to be in the sign of of Virgo in your 4th house. So this tells me that it might be about like meeting with friends at home. You have Saturn in your 10th house, and I know you're slammed, you have a lot of work going on, and it might mean that you have very little free time, or you're like feeling like you get off of work and you're just like running on fumes. So it might mean that you're saying to some of your friends or some of your relatives who want to kind of get together for family meals, or they want to hang out, or they want to like go out to dinner or go to a bar, you're like, can you guys just come to me? Like, we'll make dinner, like come here, you know, we'll like cook out, or we'll have like a get together or a party. Although Mars in the 4th house does bring friction at home, right? It can bring conflict at home. We'll get to that in a second. So if there's like a lot of noise at home because there's construction in your neighborhood, or you know, you've got roommates that are just kind of like all over you and fighting with you, or maybe you're in a situation where there's some some intensity between you and a partner and you need a break, I could definitely see you being like, okay, I need to go out with my friends. So it can work one of both ways. Some of you guys may opt to live with friends. Some of you guys might actually be moving in and living with coworkers, because Virgo is in the sign of coworkers. So it might mean that, you're getting to know them. They invite you over and they have you do dinner or drinks at their house, or maybe vice versa. So there's some combination of the 11th house and the 4th house that's kind of going on here. At the same time, the South Node is going to be moving into Libra. So that means that you're kind of clearing out or releasing selfish needs, or you're tapping into your inner creative, or you're tapping into your inner child. There can be connecting with romantic partners from the past, or reevaluating your dating past. And the South Node in the fifth is about it not making you the center of attention. It's saying, instead of doing things on your own, go and create with other people and collaborate with others. So I like the fact that Libra trines your sign. So if you're tapping into this energy, it can help you have something to share with others and collaborate. And Gemini sextiles Aries. So this is some pretty harmonious aspects for you. On the 20th of the month, Mars in Virgo in your 4th house will oppose Saturn. And Mars in your 4th house in itself makes me feel like I said, have a to-do list for things at work. Mars is about animals, right? Pets. It can also be about accidents. It can also be about home-related needs, working on things, especially if you're having like plumbing or anything in regards to like septic or bathrooms being taken care of, because that's Mars. And you may have a situation with Mars in opposition to Saturn where contractors are at your house, or there's builders at your house, or there's like an electrician or a plumber coming in, and it's keeping you from work. It's literally keeping you from work, and you're like, I need a day where I need to call in because I need to deal with a home related issue, or there's something going on with a parent in regards to their health, and it's keeping you from showing up to work, and you're like, I can't be here right now. Can I work from home? Or I need to kind of be with my family. So I see that taking place for you around the 20th. Definitely, some challenging energies as Mars is coming into oppositions with Saturn and with Neptune throughout this particular transit over a month and a half, because it's going to square Gemini, and Gemini is going to be the focal point of these squares, which means it's about you communicating, being flexible, multitasking, and also trying to be open to change, right? Being open to change when it comes to either work or your career. On the 21st of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Cancer now come into an opposition with Pluto. Okay, so I could see, because of things going on either at home and how it affects work, that like you have conversations with bosses that are like, look, your salary, and like we need you to be here and you're on call, or like we're paying you to do this thing, and like you're kind of swamped with your home or your family, what's going on. It could also be about situations where there is work being done on your home space and you're looking at like an insurance matter. So be careful with Mars in opposition to Saturn, or even Mars trine Uranus. I could definitely see some people having some house fires, or some people having some like home related issues connected to weather. And like, then you're looking at having to apply for, like insurance, and trying to see if insurance is going to cover some kind of damage that might be to your space. Obviously, touch wood. The flip side is that because the Sun is about documents and communications and siblings, the opposition to Pluto is like having to process documents for yourself or for other people when it comes to getting things paid, or who is responsible for picking up the check or the bill for things. I wonder if that's the case. Some of you guys might be talking to your family about healthcare and insurance and how to navigate, paying for more expensive premiums, or how to be able to kind of pay off like a medical bill. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see Venus retrograde in Leo. So the retrograde will take place in your 3rd house. Venus rules your 12th house of what is hidden and subconscious, and your 5th house in regards to communication, the 5th house in regards to creativity, children, and dating. But it's retrograding in a house that deals with communication. So what does it mean? Well, some of you guys may potentially be taking part in secret conversations behind the scenes. I could definitely see that, especially when Mercury comes into conjunction with Venus. It might mean there's like a secret that's being held back from a woman, or a conversation that you're waiting to kind of reveal, or information you're waiting to reveal. It can also be a time when you're going back to old projects that were creative projects. So if you had like podcasts, blogs, social media accounts, if you have a YouTube channel, or if you create content, you might be like, oh, I'm going to go back to doing that, because the retrograde could do that. Venus will be there for 4 months. So the good news is that it's going to give you 4 months to kind of work this out. The challenge is like I said, that it can be about secret romantic communications and connections and kind of secretly talking with somebody from the past. And be mindful that the Venus retrograde is going to square off with both Jupiter and Uranus several times. So Jupiter rules partners, Uranus rules anything in regards to people at a distance. So if you're in a relationship, going back and forth with somebody somewhere else, and you're kind of exploring having connections with them, that can become exposed. It is possible also that you're just feeling more inspired with creating and writing. And some of you guys might be feeling like there's this stream of consciousness that's kind of coming through that's inspiring you, and you're doing like some channeling. Learning more about astrology or tarot is really great with this square, because the 12th and the 3rd house are houses that do deal with changes in beliefs or communication. 12th house is more kind of Pisces, and 3rd is Gemini. So it's about how we're relaying that information from the ethers in a physical way. And so you're going to kind of work on that process. On the 25th of the month, Pluto and Capricorn will square the nodes. And I've said for everybody that this is an intense energy. Nobody gets a pass. Pluto does rule your 6th house, which is about health and day-to-day activities and patterns and habits. In the 8th house, it might actually be highlighting like unhealthy sexual habits, unhealthy, financial habits of a partner. The need to detox or uncover a secret or change something about your intimacy or your sex life. It's squaring the North Node in the 11th, so it does affect your goals. It's squaring the South Node in the 5th, so it does affect also your happiness and something in regards to creativity. I know this is going to affect everybody, but it's not going to affect you as much, Gemini, unless you have a sun, moon, or rising somewhere around 27 to 29 degrees. If you have a placement somewhere around there, yeah, it will affect you more. But it's kind of in a hidden house. So as the node square Pluto in the 8th house, it's bringing up this theme archetypally of the need to change, transform, purge something about your joint resources. And it's in the sign of Capricorn. So it means that maybe you're like, okay, things are changing in my life. Like, I need to make more money. I need to make more of a bonus. I'm hoping that other people are going to change the way that they are with me. Maybe they're more generous. Maybe they're not. It means that the theme of death in any way, shape, or form is going to be more pronounced in your life because it's in the 8th house, which is already like a Scorpio, Pluto related energy. So it can be the death and the rebirth of your career. Okay. Keep in mind, Saturn rules Capricorn and Saturn's in the 10th. A death and a rebirth in regards to your public identity. And so maybe it's a good change that's happening. Maybe you're now becoming, the boss of your own business, or maybe you're now getting ready to be a parent, or you're finally going to be single after being married for so many years. It might feel scary, the change that's about to happen, and you may be feeling like you need support in going through this process. So Pluto retrograde, Pluto square the nodes in the 8th. If you need some help, right? This is a great transit to like get into trauma therapy, or to talk to a therapist, or talk to a psychic or a medium or an astrologer to help uncover what might be blocking you from being able to move forward, can be really helpful. Then on the 27th, we're going to have Mercury in Leo. So Mercury will be in Leo, and it will be conjunct Venus retrograde in Leo. And that's important because Mercury rules your chart. So Venus can quite literally be a woman, especially a romantic or a younger person or a child. And it can also be about a dream. So you can have, I wonder if someone's going to message you or call you and be like, hey, I had a dream about you. Like, how are you doing? Are you okay? And you're going to be like, what? Or somebody might say like, oh, I have a message for you. I know this sounds weird, right? But I have a message for you. Ooh. Probably one of those people who are going to slide into your DMs, like acting like a psychic, telling you like, Grand Rising, I have a reading for you. And if they have my face on their user profile, it's not me. It's not me. And I just can't. Anyway, I'm not going to say question the messenger, but I am going to be like,
it's definitely for you. Like the message is for you, right? Because Venus is returning to Mercury. So it's either like a daughter or a younger child that comes up and tells you something you need to hear. It could be that your kid tells you that they, saw a spirit, right? I know that sounds weird, but it could be because this is the 12th house. Something that makes you like reconsider something or like rethink something. Can be an amazing day where you have a breakthrough and epiphany also while you're writing. So if you're like a creative of some kind and you write or you design or you draw, this can be a day where you're feeling really fulfilled. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what the cards have to say for you. Ooh, I get the Hierophant. I like it. This is big Taurus energy, which is 12th house. This is where you have, the ruler of Venus is connected to this house, and you have a lot of planetary placements there. Spiritual wisdom, religious beliefs, traditions, convention, conformity, education, knowledge, and belief systems, which is so significant because that's really what the 12th house is in your chart. And it might mean that you kind of have like secret, more traditional perspectives and like spiritual perspectives, and it might be hidden. And with Venus going retrograde, squaring Jupiter and Uranus, it's challenging what is conventional. It's challenging what is traditional. So I think some of you guys might be having some experiences where you're talking about or you're writing about or sharing where your traditional views are changing, right? You're realizing that it's okay for you to change your mind, which I know you know, but in the 12th house, it says actually your philosophies or your beliefs are actually quite rigid. And so, yeah, I think maybe you're more open to actually talking about things, and you might have some conversations with some people or with a significant person, a mentor, a therapist, somebody who is like the Hierophant, that makes you realize like, hey, it's okay to be able to share this side of yourself, or it's okay to be a little bit more vulnerable. And I think that'll definitely come out in your communication of some kind. Good luck, my Geminis. Let me know how it goes. All right, so we have got Cancer and Cancer rising. Welcome to July of 2023. I hope you're doing well. I trust you're doing well. And if you are a July Cancer, happy birthday to you. I hope it's a good one. I know that there is a lot of stuff going on this month for you guys. So just a reminder, we have got a new moon and a full moon, as we do every month. But we have a full moon in Capricorn, and that's going to be on the 3rd, and it's in your 7th house. So it's opposite to your sign, and it's all about relationships. And the reason why I'm bringing this up for you guys and not the other signs, although everybody got to see where we have the new and the full moon, and we do videos on that throughout the month, so don't worry, is you're ruled by the moon. So I want to let you know that full moon in your opposite sign is going to be highlighting where things are changing or completing with relationships in relation to you. And then we're going to have a new moon that's also going to be in your sign because the sun is going to be in Cancer. So new moon, new you, post full moon in Capricorn. Okay, so let's see what the month looks like. So we're going to start off first with the first of the month, where we're going to have a Sun Mercury Cazimi. And this will be when the sun is in your first house as a Cancer rising in conjunction with Mercury. This is superior position. It means that there's going to most likely be some like information revealed or something that is from Mercury that's going to be like sprinkling cosmic goodness. Okay, just think of it like that. And it might actually be that you're the one telling somebody a secret because Mercury rules the 12th house, or you're the one who's like letting people in on something that you haven't been sharing. You might have a really prominent dream, or you might be the one relaying information intuitively to another person. Mercury also rules your 3rd house. So it is possible that like if it's a dream, you write it down and then it seems really significant because the symbols related to that dream do end up kind of playing out in your real life. Maybe you have an insightful conversation with a sibling, or maybe you missed an email or a message or something, and then all of a sudden it's found, right, out of the blue. Same day, when that conjunction is happening, it's also sextiling Jupiter in the 11th. So I wonder if this is like you reconnecting with a friend or with a group and, relaying information as to where you've been. I wonder if you get an invitation to a party or a gathering or a get together and somebody reaches out to you and you're like, boom, that's exactly what I've been manifesting. It can be in relation to just networking or also job opportunities that can come from group friends. And you're just like really speaking very clearly and really getting the point across. So really good information day for you in communication on the 1st. Then on the 2nd of the month, Venus in Leo is going to come into a square with Uranus and Taurus. So as you may or may not know, Venus will be in the sign of Leo for about 4 months. Now, later in the month, she will retrograde, which means she's going to slow down. And because of the retrograde and the direct motion, Venus will spend 4 months in Leo. So that's 4 months in your money house, the 2nd house, which in all honesty is good. Okay. She's one of the more like benefic planets. So you're going to have the opportunity to make more money, to get your resources straight, to work on your self-esteem, to rework your personal style in some way. In that sense, this is good. But Venus coming into a square with Uranus, she will do several times. So Venus in your 2nd house is tying in the energy of your goals and also your home or your family into your 2nd house. So it looks like there's some conversation you're having with friends about your financial goals and your home or your living situation. Maybe you're hoping to like save a little bit of money and you're more open to the idea of having a roommate or maybe renting a room out, or maybe somebody is going to like rent your space for a little while so you can like save some more money, and maybe you're making some changes in your living situation. That could happen. It's hard to say, but Venus-Uranus squares don't always play out very well. So in this case, like family and resources or friends and resources may not get on well with this square. There can be a sense of like people having opportunities for you, like jobs, but they don't start till later on and you're like, I need money now. Or living situations that pop up that are like friends or family or like, hey, I've got something that can kind of help you, but you know, you need to pay a deposit, or, you know, you need to be able to afford X amount per month. And you're like, okay, this is not what I was really looking for. But it's creating incentive for you to be like, I'm going to work harder so I can reach this goal. So just be mindful of spending, especially overspending, because you're wanting to overcompensate in some situation with a friend, or you're wanting to like really indulge. And be very mindful of like what you're buying, particular for your house, especially like expensive stuff. The 2nd house is like, you don't want to be buying this summer expensive jewelry, expensive clothing. You don't want to be making huge changes to your personal style, but you may find that there are some deals. You get some secondhand stuff, or some things from an estate sale. Like the Venus retrograde is a great time to get stuff at a deal. All right, so then we've got the 10th of the month. You're going to have Mercury in Cancer opposed Pluto in Capricorn. So Mercury is going to be in your 1st house in your sign, where you're kind of like really communicative, right? But it's in the sign of Cancer, so you're wearing your heart on your sleeve. And you might find that you're more likely to be emotionally reactionary and telling somebody what's up, okay? I'm just going to tell you right now, the whole month of July makes me feel like there's a lot of relationship dynamics that are really finally coming to the surface that need to come to the surface. So whether it's like having it out with a partner who it hasn't been working with, or if it means that you have to like call somebody on their bullshit, or you finally confront a relative, or you finally confront somebody that you're working with, or like a business partner, it could happen. All right. There's a number of different reasons why I say this, but this is when that energy begins. Now, 12th house energy is Mercury. So there can also be a sense of like allowing these self-undoing tendencies or becoming highly emotional to get in the way. And there can be some sense of you feeling threatened, and then like all of a sudden you're word vomiting when Mercury opposes Pluto, and getting really emotional and kind of like bugging out on somebody. And you want to be mindful that like somebody may not be so kind. If you feel like you're having like a breakdown, or if you feel like you're being really pressed, and finally like there's all this stuff coming out of you in terms of how you feel, you may not get like a very warm and loving, sympathetic response from another person, because Pluto is on the opposition. Now, it might be a time that you're sitting with a therapist or you're working with a healer and there is a very strong emotional reaction to some of the things that you guys are working through. And in that sense, it can be cathartic because finally it's like it's coming out of you and you can clear it, but you have to acknowledge that it is within you to begin with. On the 17th of the month, the North Node moves into the sign of Aries, and this is very important for all of the cardinal signs because it is going to definitely crank up the volume in your life because now you have action going on in your first house. So if you're a Cancer rising, fourth house with the South Node in your fourth, seventh house with Pluto in your seventh, North Node in your 10th in Aries. So we're going to call this a grand cardinal cross. Yes, everybody will experience the cross, but it's going to be actually the most potent for you, Cancer, because we have the North, the South Node, and Pluto represented in the other signs. So you will probably feel a great bit of pressure until the nodes come out of a square with a degree of your sun, moon, or rising sign, just to put it simply, which could be within the first month if it's in the late degrees. It could be a year and a half if you're in early degrees of Cancer, and it'll take some time to get there. For situations like that, you really want to consider getting a reading so you have a better understanding of how long that pressure is going to be on. But this grand cardinal cross is making the wheel of the chart turn. I'm a Libra rising, so I'm preparing for this. I have a ton of planets in Capricorn, and Jupiter in Cancer and Moon in 7th house in Aries. So I'm with you guys in the midst of this square, and all I know is that it's time to change. Shit's got to change. That's just the name of the game. Life needs to evolve, and sometimes evolution comes with crisis. And I think that that's what you may be learning throughout this next month. I don't say this to scare you, okay? I just keep it real. But if there are toxic relationships going on in your life, they got to go. Because the 7th house could be a business partner, it could be a client, it could be a romantic partner, it could be that like horrible relationship that's haunted you forever and it's time to clear it out. It could be somebody who's coming back and forth. It could be with a child or a younger person or a lover, because that's Pluto, which rules your 5th. It could be somebody who is managing your finances in sense of like investments and taking advantage of you, right? So it really depends. But I do think that you guys might have your Scooby-Doo moment where the villain kind of takes its mask off and you realize that that relationship, that thing, that person that's had this power over you can't have power over you anymore. Now, with the North Node going into Aries, okay, in your 10th house, it's putting a focus for the next 18 months on your career. If you don't work, you may go back to work. If you're already working, you may get a superior position. You might move up in ranks. You might become a manager. You might launch your own business. 10th house is about our public reputation. And Aries in the 10th house is who I am out in the world. What am I actively building? What am I showing up for? Do people see me as somebody who's confrontational and scrapping in a parking lot? Because that could happen with the North Node in your 10th house in Aries. But it could also be people seeing you as an entrepreneur or seeing you as somebody who's like a mover and shaker and you're getting things done and you're able to kind of like, be scrappy, but you're able to show up and get the job done yourself. So there's lots of new things with the North Node in Aries. At the time of this ingress, Mars is in your 3rd house and Mars rules Aries. So it makes me feel like there can be fierce conversations you're having with people. It might be about you moving on your own because 3rd house could be movement. It might be that you're taking some kind of action, launching an online store. Maybe you're learning something new. Maybe you're, getting more involved in your neighborhood, right? It might be that you're working out more and you're focusing on being more fit because it's about your image. And so maybe you're just like walking and working out more with Mars in the 3rd house, maybe biking. South Node's going through this 4th. So you're clearing out home, emotional past, family hang-ups, issues, cleaning house emotionally or physically. So cleaning out garages. People may move out of the house. There might be changes or loss or letting go in regards to family as well. Please do check out my videos on that. I have a North Node in Aries video that I did last year. There's a South Node in Libra video that I just did, and I talk about the differences. And we'll continue to keep talking about this over the next month or so.
On the 20th, Mars moves into Virgo, so it's in your third house now, bringing more action in regards to your third house. So this is why I said possibly like you're learning something new, because third house can be about learning. It can mean that you're going on a short distance trip. Maybe you're building a website. Maybe you are creating like emails and having lots of meetings and phone calls with people, because Mars is about action. Watch for friction with a sibling or with a neighbor. And, you know, Mars being in the sign, it's sextiling your ascendant, so it's friendly. But you're going to start seeing Mars coming into an opposition with Saturn. And that's going to represent some legal issues, travel issues, document issues. And you don't want to be getting into like an altercation with someone, because Saturn rules your 7th house and it's in the 9th. So this can definitely indicate where there's like, you know, harsh conversations with other people and people who are getting kind of crazy and like threatening some kind of like legal, you know, situation. So just be mindful of how you're communicating with people and kind of just taking a step back and taking a breath. And Mars does rule your 5th house of creativity, okay, and passion. So maybe you're, you know, doing more creative projects when it comes to writing or speaking. And Mars also, like I said, has connections to your 10th house. So if you're in like a creative business, this is a really strong period to start the process of getting ready to like put everything together to launch this business. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. So then we're going to have on the 21st, Sun in Cancer coming into an opposition with Pluto in Capricorn. And so I think this is the showdown between you and another person, as much as I hate to say that, because the Sun in your 1st house is like, this is me, these are my feelings, these are my needs. And the opposition to Pluto in the 7th house is like when you start to kind of realize that somebody isn't kind, or that somebody doesn't have your best interest at heart, or that somebody may potentially be detrimental, right, from allowing you to feel safe and secure. And what you're going to notice with that opposition is it's also squaring the nodes. So the need for you to like focus on yourself, invest in yourself, put yourself first is really important, even if it means that a certain relationship has to die off, because the square to the North node means that you're focusing on having more authority in your life and feeling like you have more control over your future destiny, and that you are in the driver's seat. So you're going to be actively becoming more in control, and at the same time, the Sun is going to square the South node. So you may have to tell somebody, I'm done, you're not coming back, move out of my house. You may have to finally kind of give up some kind of like relationship hurt or haunt. But it is the path to like finding yourself again and kind of rebuilding yourself. That goes hand in hand with the Venus retrograde on the 22nd, because Venus is going to be in your 2nd house and it's going to be going retrograde. The 2nd house is, yeah, it's known for money, right? Of course, you know, several months of having Venus kind of slow and not functional in your 2nd house might feel like it's harder to find the resources. It's harder to get some of the business deals to go through. There can be like a feeling of like a trickle effect. And the key here is to spend less, manage your resources better. Don't go out and spend a bunch of money socializing with friends. But it's also, with the Venus retrograde, time to reevaluate, what do I need to work on? Where can I better work on my own self-esteem? And how can I feel better about myself? And how can I feel more comfortable in my skin? People who have spent lots of money on things, expensive things, may find that they're taking them back, because this is about possessions and Venus will go retrograde. So if you have recently bought expensive art or jewelry, or if you've recently bought a bunch of fancy clothes, or just things that you don't need, and then you're like, I don't have the money for this. Some of you guys may benefit from like keeping your receipts or keeping your tags. And Venus does rule your goals and your 4th house of home and family. So those of you guys who unfortunately may go through a breakup and a separation this month, both because of the oppositions to Pluto square the nodes, a full moon in your 7th house completing a relationship, some of you guys are going to be like, I want my stuff back. I'm coming to your house. I want my things. You know, some things are worth going and getting if they're valuable, but other things, if they're not necessary, are replaceable. And it may not be worth the drama of actually going back there and getting those things. And it can be from family as well. It doesn't have to just be relationships. Keep in mind that Venus rules your 4th house, so it can be your family. And there can be some tiff over like who possesses or who owns what. That retrograde will go until the beginning of September, and we'll talk about it more next month. Just know that it's going to be about 40 days of a retrograde. On the 25th of the month, we're going to see the nodes finally square Pluto. So maybe that's when, like, you know, you're kind of like realizing like, okay, this thing is done now. Like, I'm done with this relationship, or I'm done with this person, or some of you guys may swear off love. It's not a forever thing. It's okay. Pluto's going to go in and out of Capricorn between now and next year. It will get easier. But if there's somebody in your life that threatens the ability for you to be successful, they have to go. They can't stay, because you have to be building yourself up right now. And anybody who's not going to support that is going to threaten the ability for you to get strong, right? But when the nodes square Pluto, it's like this thing must be dealt with. You must confront that issue, that wound. And Pluto rules your 5th house. So like I said, it's going to depend on your chart specifically, but I think a lot of you guys might have issues with a romantic partner. You might have issues with a child. You might have issues with a client, especially if it's somebody who is like harassing you. I've definitely heard some things from Cancer risings where there's like people at work harassing them, or they've got like stalkers or like weird things. That also can come up as well. And then on the 27th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Leo, and that is going to be coming into a conjunction with Venus retrograde in Leo. So the Mercury-Venus conjunction will technically be in your 2nd house of money. And Venus rules family, and it also rules friends. And as it retrogrades back into your 2nd house and it conjuncts Mercury, perhaps maybe there's a sense of going like, I've been lost in a horrible relationship, or I've been lost in like, you know, trying to heal something, and I have fallen out of relationships with certain people, and I've fallen out of touch with certain family, and like I want to fix that. There can also be a sense of you, you know, finally reaching back out to people. There can be a sense of you wanting to reclaim a space, or wanting to reclaim some kind of friendship. It's hard to say, but that's definitely when something changes, because Mercury is definitely about systems and things shifting. And Venus can be about some talent coming in, or some good idea coming to you about how you can build yourself back up, or how you can make money, or how you can develop a talent into something that can actually be quite lucrative, right? This is a big month for you, Cancer. Not just because it's potentially your birthday month, but some of these energies, especially for the later degree Cancer placements, are going to be extremely active. I want you to think about 2020. I know some of you guys are getting PTSD, right? You're like hearing the helicopters and the sirens and all of that stuff, and you're like, I don't want to go back there. But if you think about when Saturn was in Capricorn, it was the late degrees of Capricorn, and it was kind of going back and forth in and out of that sign, and you started to see where like karmic relationship patterns were kind of coming up, and you were like, oh, this is too much. Now Pluto's coming in and saying, we got to heal it, we got to purge it, we got to clear it. So it's up to you to kind of stand up to the bullies this month, right? All right, so the card that I got for you is, oh, thank Goddess, Temperance. All right, so healing, baby. Balance, harmony, healing, patience, self-control, moderation, purpose, peace, calm, tranquility, and surrender. Serenity. Surrender. I like that better. You know, it sometimes takes, you know, courage to heal. I mean, that's the truth. It takes courage to heal. And I think a lot of you guys are becoming more open to that now. I think that you're learning that it's a process. It's not a race, that, you know, grief or letting go can come in stages and in phases, right? And so the Temperance card is about finally getting to that place where it's the right timing. So you might feel like there's a series of events that take place this month where you're like, now it's time. and I'm finding more balance in my life, and I'm healing myself, and I can't heal myself and also involve myself in situations that might be toxic, and that it's more a matter of standing up for yourself and focusing on the direction of where your life is going, even if you have to kick a few people to the curb, right? You have to crack a few eggs to make an omelet. That's what you're going to learn this month. So may the force be with you. Good luck, Cancer, and if it's your birthday, have a good one. I will see you guys next month. All right, so we got Leo and Leo rising. Welcome, Leo, to July of 2023. If it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one. We got a lot of stuff that's going on this month for you. I want to talk a little bit about the sun. The sun's going to make a number of aspects, okay? The sun's going to oppose Pluto. It's going to come into Leo, which is going to be your sun, moon, or rising sign. If you're a Leo rising, it's really strong because it's bringing all the attention to your body and on your appearance, and you're kind of getting your groove back. You're coming into birthday season. You are also going to see that there is going to be a Venus retrograde in your sign. So don't make me shake you, okay? Don't do anything crazy to your appearance, please. Crazy haircuts, people who are going to want to go and get like level 2s to bleach blondes. We're going to see people who might fry their hair off, have like really bad bangs. Please, 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 just take your time. If you're going to make any major aesthetic changes, save it for the fall when Venus goes into Libra. And I also recommend doing things that are temporary. You want a tattoo, you want that really horrific Leo tattoo, get a temporary tattoo, right? Put it on the fridge. If you still want it in 6 months, go and get it. If you want to change your hair, get a wig, right? Things that are temporary so we don't wind up looking like the Cookie Monster. I really recommend considering taking my Venus retrograde webinar because I talk about why this is so important. And, to put it very simply, it's about you loving yourself. It's about you choosing yourself and making the changes to your body and your physical appearance and taking the time and doing that with ease, okay? We're going to have a new moon in Cancer. So that will be very significant because you're ruled by the sun. I know it'll be in your 12th house, but I'm just telling you, and it's going to be in opposition to Pluto. So it's definitely going to be about finding that mind-body balance and the process of preparing for your birthday season. All right. So let's start first with the first of the month. We're going to have a Sun-Mercury cazimi where Venus and the Sun will conjunct in your 12th house in the sign of Cancer. So I think it's going to be about really sitting and reevaluating a dream, a message, a reading, something involving like a prediction in regards to your finances. You might be bugging out a little bit about money. Don't, because the universe has your back. You might know that there is like something good coming in at work. You might get some word because the cazimi is going to sextile Jupiter, that there is expansion on the horizon at work, that maybe you're up for a promotion, maybe you're going to be getting better pay, maybe somebody is going to be retiring and you're going to get their job. Something like that is kind of coming. So there's good news that's on the horizon with that Sun Mercury cazimi, but I think you have to keep it a secret. It's good news in regards to your career, right? Then we've got on the second, Venus in Leo squaring Uranus in Taurus. So Venus is going to be in your sign for about 4 months because of the retrograde. So that's 4 months of more sweetness, more attraction, more abundance, more sexiness, more love, all of the good things that you like, right? And you're going to have this month the Sun and Mercury and Venus and Mars all at one point, kind of like moving through your first house. So this is the kind of energy where you walk into a room and like people are going to see you. You're very visible, okay? Venus in your sign is wonderful because it is bringing in more love and appreciation and attraction, but it's squaring Uranus in your career zone. So it tells me that what you're putting out there you know, personally or just naturally may kind of be in friction to like this public persona. And Venus in Leo was like costumes and sexy, and it's like, look at me, and it's short skirts and loud leopard print. So I could definitely, I could definitely see you like feeling yourself, and then, you know, people at work being like, what are you wearing? Like, you know, and getting pulled into a back room about, you know, what office dress code standards are. So there may be some things that are just a little too foxy for work. On the other hand, I do think that there can be a sense of just excess and lavishness because things are going well and you're feeling like you just want to have on all the accessories and all the things, and you have this like persona that's being reworked, and it's very glamorous because Venus is going to retrograde in the sign of Regulus. So it's going to be about seeming more like regal and royal and bringing in more lavish things when it comes to your style. But it might rub some people the wrong way. You may also really kind of turn heads, and you might have people who are kind of like romantically interested in you or kind of pursuing you because Uranus rules your 7th house. We will see that square several times in the midst of the Venus retrograde, so I'd pay attention to the first one because you're going to see 2 more that are going to take place later in the summer. Then on the 10th of the month, Mercury in Cancer will oppose Pluto in Capricorn. So you're going to have Mercury in your 12th house of hidden, subconscious, anything in regards to the dream world, the spiritual world. And it does make me feel like you're feeling like you need to kind of rest and recuperate, right? The Sun and Mercury in your 12th house is like, I want to stay in bed. I need more sleep. I'm feeling a little blue or under the weather. I don't want to leave my bed. I want to stay home and like hang out and watch movies. And the 12th and the 6th axis is about like mind-body balance and spirit as well. 12th house is more spirit. So there can be a sense of things going on with you emotionally that's impacting how you're feeling physically. So the opposition between Mercury in the 12th house and Pluto is possibly having some stress about, you know, being able to keep up with a work schedule, because Pluto in your 6th house can feel like it's grueling in regards to just how much work you're doing and how much sacrifice you're making. And it can be impacting your sleep schedule or creating a bit of like issues with anxiety and stress over things in regards to like health or work. On the 17th of the month, we're going to see the North Node move into the sign of Aries. And this is the first time it's happened in about 18 years. It is going to be here for 1.5 years. Aries is your 9th house, so it is really highlighting collectively for Leo and Leo risings for the better part of the next 1.5 years. You're focusing more on Aries related things in the 9th, which is like, do I go back to school and get a degree? Do I publish my book? Do I teach a course? Do I travel to Europe by myself? What is my philosophy? What do I believe in? And it's a positive house. It's a house that is about the bigger picture of life. So there can be some awesome things that can happen here. I'm excited for you, honestly, because it is a fellow fire sign. So it'll, you know, form trines throughout its transit the next 1.5 years to your personal placements in Leo, which is going to create action. So you're really going to see this all summer with planets in Leo in your 1st house, trining your 9th. Some of you guys are just really feeling the travel bug. Some of you guys are also just really expressive and more positive and optimistic in your teaching or your learning. And you're also going to see this very active in Sag season when there's a bunch of planets moving through Sag, which is going to be more about creativity and also like younger people and romance and children. But generally speaking, when we have the North Node in Aries, we take more action. And it is ruled by Mars. And at the time of the nodal shift, Mars is in your 2nd house, okay? Which is spending. It's not about saving. It's not about making money. It's about spending money. So I could definitely see some of you guys being like, I'm willing to spend more money to go on, you know, trips more often, or to have nicer accommodations, or maybe you're feeling like it's really important and you really value being able to travel or being able to learn. Maybe you're spending money on education. Regardless, you know, it's going to be something to watch. You want to watch where Mars is going really for the next 18 months. And I think it's good for you guys. You're really investing more. Maybe you're feeling more secure in yourselves because you're learning how to do life by yourself sometimes. If people don't want to go and do something with you, you're going to go on your own. And I also think it's about investing in your education and feeling like you're, investing in something that's valuable, right? The South Node's in Libra, with that being said. So with the South Node going through your third house, it's sextiling your ascendant versus the North Node that's trining. And I think it's about like undoing or releasing old ways of thinking, people pleasing, saying yes to everything. You might get rid of a car, you might make a change in a contract, some of you guys might move, and you might see more of that action when planets are getting into Libra in the fall, and we're going to start to see eclipses that are actually coming into Libra in the fall as well. Then on the 20th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Virgo, okay? So it's in your second house. Mars rules home and family, and it also rules travel, coming into an opposition with Saturn. So I could see one of two things happening. Some of you guys might be like, I can't move yet because I'm going to be so busy traveling, because Mars rules your fourth, or telling family like I can't be around because I'm going to be out of town. I could see some of you guys also saying like, I can't spend any more money. I unfortunately can't go on a trip yet because I'm having to pay for home expenses or for moving expenses, especially if you guys are thinking about like relocating to a foreign place, or if you're moving further away, you're realizing how expensive it could be. And you're having to like really get clear with like what you can spend versus what somebody else can spend. So if you're moving in with somebody, there's a lot of like discussing like, okay, well, can you afford it? And with Saturn in your eighth, your partner is probably going to be like, well, I can't spend that much on, on an apartment. And you're like, okay, I'll pay the difference, or I'll pay for the moving truck. Or if you're wanting to go on a trip or travel somewhere and you're like, it's really important that we go to this place, I want to go, and somebody's like, I can't afford the airfare, you're going to be like, I'm going to pay for it. I do feel like that's what you're going to do because Mars is very adamant and it wants to have its way. But I'm going to remind you that you don't have to. You don't have to just pay somebody's way just because you don't want to go alone. You can go alone, or you could tell somebody that they need to, get with the program. I don't know. But I do think that you're going to be so adamant about doing something or going, you're not even going to think about it. And it may have impact on you financially down the road because you might be like, man, if I just wasn't so generous with this situation, like I'd have more. Then we're going to have on the 21st of the month, Sun in Cancer opposed Pluto in Capricorn. So the Sun is in your 12th house, which is important because you are the Sun. You're resting and recuperating. And the Sun in opposition to Pluto is basically saying like it's time to put an end to negative patterns at work or negative patterns in terms of your habits or your career. I could see some people saying they want to go to a retreat center, or they want to go to a rehab center, or that they want to go to see a healer or a psychic because they want to purge or release or heal something with Pluto in the 6th house. And it might mean that you become aware of where there's just like a family or work dynamic relationship that's just out of whack. Like it's not equal. It's not fair. Sometimes in the 6th house, we see where like people don't really meet our expectations, or where people can actually kind of deceive us, unfortunately, because it's 12th house to the 7th. So you might realize like, wow, I thought, so-and-so at work had my back, or I thought, my partner really had my best interest at heart. And you may find that there's like a bit of like a power struggle you're having with one of these people around that Sun-Pluto opposition. Very important for you, Leo, because the Sun rules your chart. So you're the one challenging someone else, or you're the one saying, I'm putting an end to the habit or the pattern, or I'm going to kind of break that down. On the 22nd of the month, Venus starts her retrograde in your first house. But guess what? As of mid-June, Venus was already in shadow. So those of you guys who are like sneaky little Leos saying, oh, I'll just go and get the tattoo before the 22nd, or I'll just, make all of the physical changes, this month, like you're still within the shadow. Venus square Jupiter, Venus square Uranus, you're going to see that several times, and it can be a sense of excessive growth, too much, too fast. So some of you guys are going to have sudden opportunities for a lot of fame with Jupiter, Uranus in your 10th house, or like significant growth in regards to your career. And you might be like, I want all of the things done to my body. Give me the veneers, give me, the plastic surgery, give me all the expensive stuff. And it may not go well. There can be growth that can happen too fast. Be very careful, especially with like big hair and surgeries, because some of you guys will have such significant hair or body changes that it'll be so obvious and also very uncomfortable that the amount of attention that you get from the significant changes, it's going to be very visible. People are really going to see it, and you may change your mind. First house is what you love, right? So it can also be about kind of getting in touch with what you love. And Venus, when she's retrograde, it's almost like she's looking backwards at the 12th house. So it's like, do I need to kind of go hidden? Do I need to go rogue for a little bit and heal something? If you do happen to be going through like a physical body change, or like, you're going through a health issue or whatever, like you do need to rest and recuperate and take it easy before you're ready to kind of be back at it. I think between a retrograde in your first house and Pluto retrograde in your 6th house, a lot of Leo rising people are going to be making changes in their health and also in their health habits, and can also be feeling under the weather. And so if you're not feeling so hot with Venus retrograde, you're less likely to care about your appearance, and you might kind of feel like, oh, I'm getting out of like out of my routine. And it's really important to be speaking kindly to yourself and talking kindly about yourself, because Venus rules your 3rd house. That'll happen until the beginning of September. I'll talk about it more next month. But like I said, do consider taking my Venus retrograde webinar, because I talk about all the dates and the expectations of what might take place. Then we have on the 25th, we're going to have Pluto in the sign of Capricorn square the nodes. So everybody is going to feel the pinch, both because the North and the South node are collective energies. Also because the sun and that new moon in Cancer is also going to square all this stuff. We're going to be feeling it. Not that it's not important for you, but it's not going to be impacting you as much unless you have like a late degree Leo rising. So if you're around 27 to 29 degrees, maybe you're going to be feeling this a little bit more. But for the most part, Pluto, the square to the nodes, means that something must transmute or die, right? Off. Not to sound like dramatic, but that's really what it means. So when I look at Pluto, which represents your home, your past, your emotions, your family, in the 6th house, it means like there's something that you're finally needing to clear about the past habits, past work drama, past imbalances in relationships, past habits. I mean, I think it's habits, honestly, emotional habits, which impact your productivity. Maybe you're overworking, right? Maybe you're being too rigid or controlling about your schedule and not allowing yourself to have more fluidity when it comes to your flexibility with your schedule, and being able to leave room for spontaneity and travel, right? North node's in your 10th. So something has to change here in order to get deeper into that North node. What needs to change? I don't know. Really, it's up to you. Do you need to get your house in order? Do you need to finally heal a family relationship? Is there going to be some change or transformation at work with your schedule, with a coworker? Those of you guys who have pets, I'd really pay attention to your pets and your animals, because Pluto in the 6th house can bring up those issues. And Pluto oftentimes does bring crisis. I'll just leave it at that. So be aware that this has already been something that's been brewing for some time, right? And Pluto's gone in and out of these degrees. And it's going to continue until the end of 2024, but it's just going to feel like the most pressure right now because of where the nodes are. I think it has something to do with what you're eating. I'll just say that, because at the time, like I said, Mars is going to be in your 2nd house. It's about how you're eating, or it's going to be about how you're working. All right, and then we've got finally Mercury in Leo conjunct Venus retrograde. So Venus will be retrograding in your 1st house, reevaluating yourself, your body, self-love. It'll conjunct Mercury, which is about self-esteem. On one hand, this is a day where you make changes in your appearance to better affect your self-esteem. On the other hand, that conjunction represents changing your mind. in regards to what you want to buy, what you want to spend money on. Be very careful with this conjunction around the 27th with making any major financial decisions, because it does make me feel like, while it's good that you're changing your mind, like give yourself some time to make a decision about buying something or investing in something. It may also represent, because Mercury has a connection with your 11th house of goals and friends, that there is some change in regards to who you want to connect with, who you want to be friends with, what people you want to be aligning yourself with, so on and so forth. And just really watch those squares to Jupiter and Uranus. They'll take place this month and also next month. So there's just all eyes on you. And some of the ways that you communicate, act, behave, dress is going to be more so under the microscope, and definitely has an effect on your public reputation. Okay. All right, so let's take a look and see what these cards say for you. The card that I got for you is the Ace of Wands. Like it. Great card, especially for, coming into Leo season, getting your groove back. This is about new projects, new inspiration, ignited passions, opportunities, growth, potential energy, creative spark, new initiative, and enthusiasm. So, man, it's just like you're really, you're getting your groove back. And if you're like, I've already had it, then you're getting your groove tweaked. But there is a sense of being excited and feeling like life is really revving up, and there's new opportunities for creativity and passion and desire and like sexiness that's kind of coming on board. Aces are always about planting new seeds, right? So I think this is also talking about preparing for your new year, really getting excited about really focusing on yourself and your goals and the direction that your life is going. And not letting other things stop you, whether it's relationships, career responsibilities, whatever. You're like, okay, if you don't want to do it, I'm going to do it on my own, and not making it confrontational, but really all being about action. So you might even find yourself telling people like, let's talk more action. Like, let's just do it. Good luck. I hope it's a good one. I'm sure it will be. Tell me all about it. You're one of the signs that I'm curious to hear how this plays out for you in this next month. Okay. Take care, Leo. We got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's going on, guys? Welcome to July of 2023. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to talk with you. Obviously, I got to start off with talking about Mercury, because Mercury is your chart ruler. So there's definitely some stuff going on with Mercury this month. Probably one of the biggest things that we're going to see is that we've got a Cazimi on the 1st. And we're also going to have Mercury changing signs going into the sign of Virgo, and that's going to be taking place on the 28th. So whenever we have, Mercury changing signs or Mercury squares or conjunctions, you need to know. And then at the end of the month, we're going to see a Mercury-Venus conjunction, which I do think is very sexy, very soulmatey, very kind of mystical, magical for you. So we'll talk about that. So first off, on the 1st of the month, we're going to see Sun and Mercury come into conjunction in the sign of Cancer. So we call this a Sun-Mercury Cazimi, and it is superior position because Mercury pulls ahead of the Sun, who is seen as the king. So essentially, especially for a Virgo rising who's ruled by Mercury, it does seem like there is some insightful conversation that's going to be going on with a friend, because it's in your 11th house. Maybe it's like becoming aware of a goal or telling your friends something significant. In the sign of Cancer, I wonder if it's like telling your friends, like, I'm moving, or we're having a baby, or, I'm coming to visit home, something like that. Equally, it could be one of your friends who are, telling you or making you aware of this news. If it's not in person, it could be something that you see online, some kind of announcement of some sort. But definitely a day where you're tapping into your goals as well, because Mercury is coming into your 11th house and it's conjuncting the Sun. So you're making your dreams and your desires known to other people, and you're sharing some of your creative visions also with others as well. The very same day, that conjunction will be sextiling Jupiter in the 9th house. So It's definitely good news. I think that this good news may be coming from somebody who lives in another place. It could be farther away or overseas. It may also involve like a ceremony or a wedding or getting an invitation in regards to a graduation. Something of that nature is going to be like, spoken about. But good news nevertheless, because it's sextiling Jupiter in the 9th. Now on the 2nd of the month, Venus in Leo comes into a square with Uranus and Taurus, and this will happen several times. So be mindful that it's important to watch what's going on in the 2nd, because you will see this continue to keep happening throughout Venus's retrograde. Because Venus will go retrograde second half of July, she is going to slow down, and so she'll be spending 4 months in the sign of Leo in your 12th house. But when Venus is in the 12th house and she is squaring Uranus in the 9th house, on one hand, it can be like changes in faith and in belief system. On the other hand, it can be relationship challenges in regards to traveling or long distance relationships or things that are going on with relationships with people in other places. Venus in the 12th house is, on one hand, very spiritual. It's very talented. There's lots of room for creativity and self-expression and talent and working on the arts. And having like some kind of karma relating to knowing a lot about that from your past lives. But on the other hand, Venus in the 12th house can feel like you're closing yourself off to love, or that you can't let love in, or that you're afraid to love again, or there's some kind of hidden taboo romantic relationship thing that's going on, and you may have a hard time feeling like you can actually make it visible, right? Because it's in the 12th house. The squares to Uranus make me feel like there could be traveling issues because it's in the 9th house. There could be delays because Uranus rules the 6th. You may find that there's like challenges in relationships because somebody is, traveling and they're not communicating well, and you guys can be fighting while you're on a trip or while, they're somewhere else. It really depends. But Venus also being connected to your self-esteem and your money, I would be very careful, like transferring money to people overseas. I would be very careful paying for wedding related things or trip or travel related things, because to me it seems like things can go a little haywire. Once again, watch what happens on the 2nd. It may happen several times. And if you're somebody who's in a long distance relationship, or if you're in the middle of a legal separation, there can definitely be some drama that's kind of going on here. On the 10th of the month, we're going to have Mercury in Cancer coming into an opposition with Pluto. So you are Mercury. It's in your 11th house of friends and goals, and it's opposing Pluto in the 5th house. So it can be a day where like a friend and you are communicating and connecting, and they're giving you really harsh advice about your child or about a romantic partner, because oppositions to Pluto really kind of feel like intense and kind of stifling. You may have a situation where, you're trying to talk to a younger person or a romantic partner and they're not having it. You're trying to talk to them about your goals and they're not having it. Or you might find that like social connections and your romantic relationships don't mix, because Pluto's in the 5th house, which can be kind of like Broken Hearts Club. Or it can also be about, your expression and your needs when it comes to romance. So it feels a little like something's disjointed, like something either isn't getting along or people aren't really accepting something that you're having to say. And power struggles come with that as well. So you may be trying to get to the heart of a matter, where somebody's saying to you like, do you really like this person? Are you sure you want to be in this relationship? This sounds like it's kind of heavy. Like, are you sure you want to do this? So there can be some room for somebody, potentially creating some kind of doubt. Then we're going to have on the 17th of the month, the North Node is going to enter into the sign of Aries, and it's going to be in your natal 8th house. So this is important because the North Node talks about where we're going collectively towards our future destiny. The challenging thing here is that it isn't a sign that quincunxes you, so it means that it kind of rubs you the wrong way. So if you're a Virgo sun, moon, or rising around 27 to 29 degrees, you're going to feel that pinch. It is hitting the same degree as the North Node solar eclipse that we had in April. And it's also in a square to Pluto. So long story short, wherever the North Node goes is where we have collective growth, and it'll be there for 18 months. The 8th house is your sacred self. It's what's taboo. It's about resources, joint resources, taxes, inheritance, money that you have with partners or spouses. It can also be about child support, spousal support, money that you get from stock investments. What I like about the North Node going through the 8th house is that you learn to embrace change. But in the sign of Aries, it's personal change. So it's personal healing. It could be sexual healing. It can be about how you look at change and starting over, and whether or not you appreciate it and you approach it in a positive manner. It's not unusual throughout this 18 months that you experience the themes of death, okay? It is a theme. It doesn't always mean that somebody has to die. It doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna die, so don't freak out. It just means that you're gonna start to realize that there's endings and beginnings that are gonna be coming somewhere around likely the eclipses. We already had one, and we're gonna have more in the fall. The positive is that you have a lot to gain from other people. So whether your partner starts making more money, maybe suddenly you get an inheritance, maybe you get an insurance payout. It just depends. Like, the changes that happen or the things that you completely start over on do end up benefiting you, even though they seem scary. I can tell you, I'm coming out of the North Node in my 8th house. I'm still alive, although definitely all of the 8th house themes do apply. It taught me that not all deaths are physical. So just food for thought. The South Node's in Libra. It's in your 2nd house. There might be changes in your resources, your income. There might be something you let go of. Decluttering, having much more of like a minimalist lifestyle can be a theme. And you're more willing to give up relationships if it means that it brings you some sense of like starting over. And at the time of the shift, the ruler is in your sign. So Mars rules Aries, and it's in your 1st house. So it's basically saying you're going head first. Like, you're the one sitting on the horse on the death card, waving the flag, like leading the charge, going like, we got to clean this up. This isn't working. We got to end this. So you might be the one who's cutting people from the team. I do think that's very possible because of the aspects that Mars is going to make with Saturn and also Neptune. And you may find that with Mars in your sign, you're just feeling like a little bit more willing to be like, and this has to go, and that has to go, and this has to change. And there's a lot more energy towards making physical kind of cuts. All right, so Mars in Virgo will be there for about a year, can you imagine? For about a month and a half. And another big aspect it's going to make is it's going to come into your sign and it's going to oppose Saturn retrograde in your 7th. And I think that this is about you, on one hand, having more energy and being more eager when it comes to making changes on a personal level, or you're rushing into things, or you're really adamant that you want to communicate, or you want to talk, or you want to see someone. But the oppositions to Saturn might be someone who's like, I'm not available, I don't want to see you, I don't have time, I'm not sure, I don't think so anymore. And you're like, what the heck? Like, why not? Like, where are you going? Because Saturn is retrograde. So there can be a sense of partners changing their minds about things, and you're getting agitated because you're like, why are you making it so difficult to talk? Why are you making it so difficult for me to see you? Or I came all this way to see you and you're not even going to say hi to me? So you can get kind of agitated with that opposition. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. Somebody else is going to be kind of icy. So just don't be surprised. Don't take it personally. It's the best advice that I can give you. Then we have on the 21st of the month, the Sun in Cancer opposed Pluto in Capricorn. So the Sun is in the 11th house of goals, and it's in opposition to Pluto. And you might realize, like, on one hand, it can mean that your goals and somebody else's goals, especially when it comes to like home and family direction, are on two different wavelengths. Because Pluto in the 5th house is about how you feel about dating, how you feel about children, how you feel about creativity and romance, and it's at odds with what other people want. The Sun in Cancer wants to nurture those things, and Pluto in the 5th house is like, I'm not ready, I'm still healing, I have a broken heart, I still want to work on me. And so there can be a sense that that's coming up in relationships, and you're realizing that certain relationships are kind of taking their course because you're on two separate,
levels. It can also be a time where there's more focus on what's going on with your friends and your socializing, and your friends are kind of pushing you to get out and be active and get out of your comfort zone and maybe like date again or meet people again. You may feel like it's like, you know, pulling you away, or like a nice distraction if you're going through a separation or a breakup. Then on the 22nd of the month, Venus goes retrograde in your 12th house. So, you know, 40 days and 40 nights with Venus in the 12th. The pros is that it can be sexy. With Mars in your sign and Venus in the 12th, you can be having lots of like bed pleasures, opportunities for romance abroad, connecting with people, losing yourself in creative projects. The downside is that Venus in the 12th house makes me feel like there can be more like useless spending and indulging and like not really paying attention to what you need with your resources. And I could definitely see with like the North Node in the 8th house, like some people having a really strong desire and like sex drive, or some people receiving money and income unexpectedly and then like losing themselves in how they're spending it. Or spending a lot of money on relationships, or, you know, traveling overseas. Karma, okay? 12th house is completions. So with Venus retrograde in the 12th house, if you need to heal something in regards to a karmic relationship, if there is somebody who starts appearing in your dreams, if there is somebody who you have like a romantic connection with in private, any of these things can happen with Venus in the 12th house. And Venus will be retrograde there until the beginning of September. And technically it'll be in Leo until October. So use it for creative endeavors, spiritual practices, traveling, you know, developing some of your talents when it comes to art and performance. Retreats, artist retreats, traveling to focus on your art can be good. Be very, very careful here, because I think a lot of Virgo risings or Virgos can get entangled in some Three's Company type of situations, you know, with Saturn retrograde in the 7th and Mars opposed Saturn. It's like going through separations with relationships and already seeing other people, and marriages that can be ending because you're entertaining a third person, mistresses and side pieces. Just oof. I definitely think that that's potentially going to be a theme, and what it may potentially cost you, right? Even if you're like, I don't care, just whatever it takes to have my freedom, like I'm done with the relationship, it can be very costly with eclipses in the 2nd and in the 8th house. Just because the North Node is there does not necessarily mean you're going to get spousal support or child support. I just want you guys to know that. For some of my clients, it has been them getting caught up in affairs, and it's costing them with, you know, with planets going into the 2nd house in the fall. When we start seeing Mars conjunct the 2nd house, you know, South Node and Mercury coming into that conjunction, you might start to realize that there's consequences for stepping out of some of these relationships. On the 25th of the month, we're going to see Pluto square the nodes. So Pluto is in the 5th house. It's squaring the nodes, and it does represent where crisis, change, and transformation in the heart sense with romantic partners, with children, is also kind of pushing situations in regards to finances to some new potential breaking points. For some people, it can mean, you know, my heart's broken, I'm not really feeling ready, and I need to heal, and so therefore, you know, I need to kind of take a break. For other people, it can mean that, you know, through pregnancy, with Pluto in the 5th house, it pushes you to, you know, be more vulnerable, work through joint related issues in regards to finances, come together, and some people will commit, get on joint insurance, things like that. For those of you guys who are older who have kids, it can mean that your kids are going through a personal crisis or a transformation period. It could be that they're having kids, or they're going through a huge work or career change. And I also feel like this is about a creative breakthrough, an opportunity for a creative breakthrough. Venus retrograde in the 12th, Pluto in the 5th with the square to the nodes. No person has ever really written a really great love song that didn't come from heartbreak. A mass majority of, like, you know, I think muses for music and poetry and films and stuff can come from some things that can be heartbreaking or loss or grief.
So I guess the positive is that Pluto squared the nodes here is that it can give you an opportunity for self-expression, or there could be some catharsis and finally healing the inner child or healing a heartbreak. And you're working through that during the Venus retrograde. But you're going to feel it pretty strongly throughout the July and August period because that's how long the square is going to last. And if you're a late degree Virgo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, and Pluto is trining 27 to 29 degrees, that's the way out. So it's like learning how to communicate and express the fact that you're undergoing like a lot of heart healing. And then finally on the 27th of the month, Mercury in Leo is going to conjunct Venus. Okay, so you are Mercury because it rules your first house, and it also deals with your career. Mercury is going to retrograde back into the 12th house. And, Mercury is in the 12th house and it's conjuncting Venus. So Venus is coming back to you, conjuncting you in the 12th house. So it can be that there's a woman who says, can I see you secretly? Can I talk to you? Maybe she shows up in a dream. Maybe you're connecting with a therapist again. Maybe you're meeting a romantic partner in a foreign place. It can mean that you're having a meeting in a back room with a boss, okay? Because Mercury rules your 10th. And Venus is about money and values and also like education. So somebody could be saying, we need to have a meeting. We need to talk about, the changes that are going on at work. We want to keep you, but, this is what we can and cannot afford. This is what we can offer you in severance. Maybe this is what we can do for you. If you're willing to do some training, we can move you to a different department. Something like that can happen. But there's going to be something taking place where there's either reminiscing or renegotiating something in regards to money or relationships. You may have a dream about somebody and they may call you. That's the truth. Just because you're having feelings about somebody or thinking about somebody does not necessarily mean you should call them. That other person needs to reconnect with you. Okay? And take the time while all these planets are in your 12th house to really rest and recuperate. You're getting ready to come into your birthday season here soon, Virgo. So when the Sun and Mercury and Venus and all these planets are in your 12th house, it is a time to reflect on what's happened this year and prepare for the next year. That's what we do. And I think with just Saturn in opposition to Mars, and you'll see a Mercury in opposition to Mars, you're going to go, I need to do me right now. I can't really focus on relationships that aren't giving me what I need, or if I'm not getting the support that I need to be willing to kind of work through some of my stuff. But do not close yourself off. That's really important. Don't close yourself off, okay? All right, so let's see what the cards have to say for you, my Virgos and Virgo risings. The card that I get is the Nine of Pentacles. She can do it herself. Abundance, luxury, self-sufficiency, self-worth, financial independence, leisure, rewards for effort, success, and achievement. It's a great card for you because you're an earth sign, but this is also about treating yourself the way that you deserve to be treated. This is about giving yourself the things, not just because you deserve it, but because you're learning that you have to take care of yourself. If other people aren't going to do that, you can't leave that up to them. And learning to be more self-sufficient. And you got to be careful with the North Node in the 8th house. A lot of times some people can go, oh, but I deserve it. And they swipe and they swipe and they swipe. And you start to realize that having more isn't necessarily more. And you'll see that in the fall when you start to have the Libra eclipses. But I do think that this is also about really focusing on leisure and working on the self-worth and allowing yourself to really give yourself all the things that you feel like you're not getting from other people and not letting some of that lack that might kind of come up with the oppositions to Saturn get you down, okay? Good luck, my Virgos. I will see you next month. All right, so this is going to be for Libra and Libra rising. Welcome to July of 2023. I hope you're doing well, Libra. I'm excited to chat with you, and I'm going to give you the same lecture that I gave both Taurus and Leo. Just a heads up, your chart ruler, Venus, will be going retrograde. That is going to start on the 22nd of this month. Now, Venus represents your physical appearance because it is your chart ruler, your body, your health, your style, and you in general. So you may be the person who's retrograding and reconnecting with others
It'll be retrograding through your 11th house, okay? So reconnecting with friends, reevaluating your goals, making money in group settings, that may be the theme. But it also means that you may change your mind about something a couple different times. Now, Venus also has connections to your 8th house, which is about joint resources and money. So your goals about who you want to make money with, how you want to share it, sharing of resources may undergo some kind of transformation, but it's going to be within the realm of your 11th house of social connections. Money and friendships can get complicated, situationship things can come up, and I'm just going to encourage you to be mindful of some of these themes as well as your health and your appearance. During a Venus retrograde, it's not a good time to be making any significant changes to your appearance because you may not like it or you may change your mind. It's possible that there's some kind of trend going on with your friends where they are making dramatic changes to their appearance, or they are undergoing cosmetic surgery, or maybe they are doing something strange and unusual for beauty, or friends are trying to get you to invest in something or trying to start a business with them or giving you stock tips, and I would just say proceed with caution. The Venus retrograde will be continuing into August and will go direct until September. So we'll talk about this more next month. But yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting time for you, Venus, because even in the Libra, even in the midst of the retrograde, it's still going to be 4 months of having Venus in your sign. Okay, so it's still positive. All right, so with that being said, on the first of the month, we are going to see a Sun-Mercury cazimi in Cancer. All right, so this is where the Sun and Mercury come together, relaying some kind of insight or information that is like exciting and it's secretive, and it's about something being unveiled. And Mercury rules your 12th house of what is hidden and behind the scenes. And the Sun is connecting to groups, and it's actually happening in your 10th house. So it looks like there's some good news involving your career that's getting ready to be unveiled. Maybe you're being let in on like meetings, or you're working on things behind the scenes, or you have been, and you're getting ready to like share this with your bosses, or you're getting ready to make a big like announcement in regards to your work, which seems very positive. And it might be like a new campaign. Maybe you're going to be teaching something, and you're putting out like a marketing campaign. It's possible that you're getting news that you get to travel for work, or that there's going to be some training in regards to work because of the connection to Mercury with the 9th house and also the 12th house. But it's also like your moment in the spotlight to be heard because it's in your 10th house. So hopefully it materializes as an opportunity for you to get some recognition for the work that you've been putting in. And it might be people who may even be international or connected to spiritual, metaphysical groups, media, but it can be something that's more global. That very same day, we're going to see Mercury, which will sextile Jupiter in Taurus in your 8th house. So because there's going to be some opportunity to be heard or be seen, it can also bring in a significant bump in your income. So you might find that, hey, maybe if you're putting videos out on the internet, or maybe if you're creating a pitch or a proposal, it's going to like trigger something where there is an opportunity to make a lot more money, and people might be interested in like what you have for sale or what you're kind of putting out there. It's also building into that full moon energy that we're going to have, which is also going to be in a trine to Jupiter as well. So I do feel like that's also pulling energy from the 3rd house of what you have to say, what you're writing, what you're putting out there, and like whether or not people want to buy that. Really good news when it comes to money and career on the 1st for you. Now on the 2nd of the month, we're going to see Venus and Leo come into a square with Uranus and Taurus. So I'm just going to preface this by saying I am a Libra rising, so I'm curious to see how this stuff is going to play out. And for me in the past, as I was reflecting on past Venus retrogrades, it literally did manifest as issues or challenges with Leos, Sun, Moon, Rising Leos, Venus and Leo people coming into some challenging aspects with other parts of my chart. So sometimes, Libra, it can be about some of these individuals creating some drama or some friction. Now, on the other hand, you are Venus. So when Venus is in the house of socializing and she's squaring with Uranus in the 8th house, there's some disharmony with your involvement in a group endeavor and what you're getting out of it, right? So you might be working with a group of people. There may be some friction about, who's getting paid what or who gets what percentage of sales, especially if you're working with friends, and whether or not you're feeling adequately compensated, right, for like your involvement. The Uranus in the 8th house is disruptions with joint resources. It is possible that there could be situations where other people are like trying to make money and they're coming to you and saying, hey, can we do this together? But there is a possibility of people trying to like ride on your coattail. So I would say be mindful of that as well. You will see this Venus-Uranus aspect several times throughout the Venus retrograde. And Uranus rules your 5th house. So it can mean that like friends somehow are creating some friction when it comes to your ability to save money, or there's some pressure when it comes to differentiating a friendship from a romantic relationship. Love and money and friendship all seem to kind of get in a funk, basically. So be careful if you're mixing all those energies around that square, especially with investments and whose advice you buy. And this can also be friction revolving around friends and changes in relationships due to children coming in. So you might have friends that are having issues with their kids and it's impacting your ability to socialize. These are financial houses though. 8th house is other people's money. 11th house is the money that you make. So it is also possible that friends are seeing that you're doing something that is working, that is successful. And people are coming in and saying, can I be a part of that? How can I learn that? I want to do more of that. And with Venus in your 11th house, you should be getting more love and recognition from other people. So you should notice that other people are applauding you and encouraging some of the work that you're putting out there and giving you the recognition that you deserve. On the 10th of the month, we are going to see Mercury in Cancer oppose Pluto in Capricorn. So, okay, Sun's in your 10th house, focusing on career. Mercury's now in your 10th house where you're communicating more out in the world, you're speaking up, you're talking about things, you're really, you're doing business, right? And it's opposing Pluto, which means it's so much focus on your career and it's creating some kind of strife or conflict where you're being pulled in two directions between your work responsibilities and your inner emotional world, or something going on with a family member or a relative or a parent, and your home responsibilities. Because Pluto represents like this shadow situation in your life. It can mean that there is some turbulence going on or some grief in relation to loss of a family member or changes with your home or moving that's creating strife and making it really difficult for you to be like totally focused and on when it comes to your career. Watch for stressful communication between bosses and parents because that can be a theme. And especially if you have any personal placements in the last 3 degrees of Libra, 27 to 29 degrees, you're really going to feel some of the squares taking place this month. Now, Pluto does rule money, so it is possible that there is some conflict where there's some arguments revolving around finances and spending and responsibility and whether or not you feel like you have the ability to kind of scale back or slow down. And that there's a lot of pressure in regards to home changes or expenses that's being placed on you in terms of your work schedule. Then on the 17th of the month, we have the North Node and South Node changing signs, which is very important for everyone, but also for the cardinal signs. So the North Node is a placement that is based off of the calculation of the moon. It changes roughly every year and a half. So this is the first time in almost 19 years that the North Node has been in Aries. So as the North Node moves into Aries, the South Node moves into Libra. This is in so many ways reactivating the eclipse that you had in mid-April. So you want to think about what happened in mid-April. There was a solar eclipse which was at the same degree. So we are going to feel a reactivation of that particular eclipse. It's going to be bringing up some of the same stuff all month long. North Node in Aries is about action and passion and desire. In the 7th house, it is about relationships and other people. So if you're a Libra that is single, the next year and a half is really prime time for potential partners of destiny that show up in your life, significant business relationships and collaborations with other people. If you have a client-based business, there's going to be a lot of growth there and a lot of people who you could potentially work with or collaborate with. And your 7th house is your marketplace. The North Node is what's new. So when we see transits involving Mars or we see eclipses in the 7th house, it's going to be focusing on how you're working with other people. Now, the 7th house can also be about marriage, getting married, partnering up with someone, finding an astrologer, a counselor, but it can also be about like clearing the air, right? The 7th house, people don't realize it's not always just about butterflies and rainbows. It can also be about your identity with other people changing. Remember, the South Node's going through Libra. So there is a change of not being so focused on being super Venusian and beautiful and pleasant and all the bells and the aesthetic whistles. Now with the North Node in Aries, it's going to be do it quickly, do it efficiently, even if it means that you have to get your hands dirty, if you have to have some conflict, if you have to be a little bit more masculine or a little bit more active or aggressive. So it can bring conflict and fights with other people as well. The South Node going into Libra in your 1st house is a period of releasing an old identity, letting something go physically. A lot of Libra risings will benefit from breath work. They may consciously decide they want to change their wardrobe, they want to cut their hair, they want to lose weight. They are, feeling very disconnected with an older version of themselves, and they want to make change. At the same time, there can be a sense of getting in touch with your inner beauty and learning how to show it in a different way. And we're really going to be watching both Mars and Venus transits pretty significantly over this next year. And it's a polar shift, right? Because we've had it in the North Node in Taurus and the South Node in the sign of Scorpio. So now there's much more focus on Mars. Now, when the North Node and the South Node change signs, the ruler of the North Node is in Virgo in your 12th house, which tells me that you actually may benefit from taking time to rest and recuperate and heal. Maybe it's about, studying. Maybe it's about going abroad. It can be about going to healing centers. It can be about going to therapy. Really, actually, therapy would be really wonderful because the North Node in the 7th is about a counselor, and Mars in the 12th is somebody who helps work on a subconscious level and help you become aware of some like mental hurdles and challenges. The other way of looking at this is that there can be a sense of like clearing out old issues in relationships and like learning how to better kind of deal with anger and frustration and not always feeling like you need to be pleasant all the time. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. And then the South Node ruler, Venus, is retrograde. So if you're feeling like you're going through some changes, you may benefit from connecting with some friends or people who know you best. All right, so then we're going to have on the 20th, Mars in Virgo opposes Saturn in Pisces. So Mars in the 12th house in opposition to Saturn in the 6th house. Mars in the 12th can represent, like, once again, a therapist or maybe a trainer or somebody who can kind of help you get with the right mindset of like undoing some of these patterns that you've been used to working on. And maybe feeling like you're not making any headway and you need some help in the matter. And it can be healers, helpers, coaches, things like that. And Saturn is in the 6th house, like where you're having like hangups and issues with your schedule or problems with your health, or even with your emotions or with organization around the home. When Mars is in the 12th house, it has like this Pisces energy. So it kind of wants to hide. So there can also be a sense of like, you know, being like a little like agitated and like short-tempered and just wanting to kind of be left alone. So be mindful that there can be a sense of like you feeling like you need space from partners within the home and like you want to kind of sleep on the couch for a night or something because you get kind of irritated. Then we have on the 21st of the month, the Sun in Cancer will oppose Pluto. So the Sun in the career zone in opposition to Pluto in the 10th house. There can be a power struggle with somebody in the family in regards to control over money or an estate or resources. There can also be like, once again, being pulled in two directions between your responsibility out in the world to your career and what's going on at home. And this can be like a turning point with a crisis. It can also be that a friend is trying to kind of add, their 2 cents to like how you should handle a living situation or a family thing, and they could make it worse. It could also be a time where there is some big themes revolving around husbands, father figures, grandfathers, people like that, men in the family, because the sun can represent men. And, the 10th house can have connections to mothers, the 4th house can connections to fathers. So it is possible that there is some kind of strife between parents in the family that can come up, and people not really all getting along in regards to a home dynamic. Pluto is about money in your chart. And so I wonder if there's going to be some drama that's brewing over a property issue, an estate issue, an inheritance, or a will. Touch wood, sometimes the Sun-Pluto squares, especially with the nodes being involved, do bring about significant changes where sometimes we do see relatives transition because Pluto can be about, going to the next realm. I'm also saying this, Libra, because you're still going to have an eclipse here in the fall in your 8th house of other people's money, and Jupiter is now in your 8th house as well. So it is possible that some of these things are brewing, and maybe that something is coming, and so people start talking about what's going to be kind of divided up in the family, and it creates some drama. Then we're going to have on the 22nd of the month, Venus will start her retrograde in Leo in the 11th house, okay? So this is when we rework, reevaluate, reimagine what it means to love, to partner with other people, to create. And Leo is about having fun and being romantic and being youthful and lots of passion. So you might feel like it's time to reconnect with your friends. If you're in a relationship, it might mean that you're just focusing more on spending time with your friends rather than having too much togetherness with a partner, because Mars will be in your 12th house. It also possibly means if you're single, there's an opportunity to get back out there, mingle, and like reconnect with somebody who got away. Now, Venus will spend 4 months here, like I said, so it's going to give you the opportunity to collaborate and work with groups. If you're feeling a little like socially out of the loop, or maybe you want to make new friends, I would recommend joining a group or like a network, preferably with like younger creative people, because that's Leo. But you may reconnect with people that you haven't seen like since high school, because that is what Leo energy is all about. Can there be some tiffs with female friends? Yes, there can. So be mindful that there can be like some gossip and some other things going on where you're maybe not getting along well so much with other people. And Venus is going to square off with Uranus and Jupiter several times. So it's going to be about something that maybe you said that gets back to other people, that then comes back to you, and then you're like having like a huge brouhaha. So be mindful of that. Then on the 25th of the month, and I should say, Venus will go retrograde until the beginning of September. So to be continued. We're gonna talk about this more next month, but the retrograde will go for about 40 days, and Venus won't leave Leo until October. So you may benefit from considering taking my Venus retrograde webinar and listening to all of like the dates and the things that might happen. Okay. So on the 25th, we're going to see Pluto in Capricorn square the nodes. Oh boy. So I've said this to everybody because Pluto square the nodes affects everyone. It doesn't matter your rising sign. It doesn't matter if you have planets in the cardinal signs or not. We're going to feel it. But it is the strongest, I think, for the late degrees cardinal signs. So 27 to 29 degrees, Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising. You're going to be feeling this square. Here's the deal. This is somehow connected to Mercury opposed Pluto, Sun opposed Pluto, where there's like a power struggle going on with like a home or family dynamic versus whether or not you feel like you have control. And when Pluto squares the nodes from the 4th house, it's saying like there needs to be some change or transformation of your inner world, of your home, of your relationship with family, of your relationship when it comes to values. I've seen some Libra risings that are like renovating their homes. They bought new homes and renovating them to resell. I've seen other people who are finally tackling like family drama and parent related issues. I'm seeing deaths in the family. I'm seeing major crisis involving live-in situation, and people suddenly have to move. So any of these things can happen. Pluto is at a crisis point, and it is squaring the south node in your sign and the north node in your 10th, which means when shift hits the fan, Libra, you have to know who you can rely on. If there is a home crisis or a family crisis, do you have a partner that has your back? Do you have a therapist that can get you in and have a session with you? Are you finally ready to address the past? And is the past somehow impacting your current living situation or your relationships? It's going to feel like a crisis point. So it's important to just breathe and realize whatever is going on, it's going to have to just kind of move through you between now and August, and it'll ease up a little bit, but Pluto will go in and out of this particular sign in these degrees between now and the end of 2024. And what it really wants you to do is finally put an end to power struggles in the family. So the retrograde Pluto is actually looking back at the third house. So if you need to reconnect and hash something out with a sibling, if you need to reconnect and hash something out with a relative, you'll have the opportunity to do that. But it does make me feel like it may not always be the most easy or peaceful. And then finally, we're going to see on the 27th of the month, Mercury in Leo is going to come into conjunction with the sign, with Venus. So we have you retrograding through your friend zone, coming into connection with Mercury. So it makes me feel like you'll be reconnecting with somebody who lives in a different place. Or you're reconnecting maybe with a Leo or with a Virgo or with a Gemini. Maybe there is a sense of you having a dream about somebody, and then you're like, okay, I need to touch base with them and tell them this dream that I had, or maybe I'm feeling inclined to traveling to go and visit someone. There can be, touch wood, because the 11th house deals with other people's lovers, you may be finding out that somebody you're dating or a significant other is taking up with somebody else, and they're doing it in secret, and you find out about it, and you see like a text message exchange or a conversation or something on social media, and you're like, what the hell is this? Which could be pretty significant. It could also be about you confronting somebody who has been kind of talking about something or saying something behind your back. So it depends on your chart, but definitely sparks will fly because this is all happening in the sign of Leo. If you're single and you want to reconnect with the one that got away, likely this might be the time that that's potentially happening. And that's the month at a glance. So it's going to be very interesting, especially as we get to like the 19th of July into the end of the month, because we're going to see 29, 29, 29, 29, which means essentially, because the sun is the fastest moving planet, changes and completions with responsibility, with career or parenting, that's going to put pressure on the nodes and Pluto, and it's gonna be intense. So just take a breath, you'll move through it. And the good news is these cardinal squares, they do promote change. And Pluto even is squaring the eclipse point of 29 of Aries. So it's time for there to be a lot of change. The card that I got for you is the Sun, which is interesting because the Sun is the one who is really putting the pressure on this particular square, huh? And what is the Sun? It's our happiness, our joy, our purpose. So for the Sun to be coming up, it's about pure positivity, happiness, joy, success, vitality, warmth, positivity, and optimism, confidence, sunshine, and truth. So it seems like maybe you're focusing on that. Maybe it's in regards to your career. Maybe it's about you like realizing like, I can't have any more, drama. Like I need to have positivity. I need to have good people around me to kind of help me through some of these challenging times. And like, I need people who are going to kind of champion me and support me while I'm going through what can be some very intense personal and home changes. Focus on the good, focus on the joy, right? Know also that, Leo sextiles your ascendant. So there is going to be people who are going to have your back and remind you that you can keep going, you can do it. It's just important to be looking for, the silver linings in the midst of some things that can seem uncomfortable. Good luck, Libra. I will see you next month. I've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's going on, Scorpio? This is going to be your horoscope for July of 2023. I hope you're doing well. I want to start off by just letting you know that Mars, your chart ruler, is going to be changing signs this month. This is important because Mars rules your chart. And also we're going to see a whole bunch of fun aspects that are going to be squaring Pluto. So you're both the shit disturber and you're also the person who's making things happen, making things change. You may be that Pluto energy out in the world that's telling people like, get with it, go through the change, you know, even though it's scary. You may feel like the death midwife this month, or that you're encouraging people to kind of work through their trauma, and taking a lot of phone calls and a lot of text messages, and like you're there holding space when shift hits the fan. So on the first of the month, we're going to see a Sun Mercury cazimi in the sign of Cancer. So that means that the Sun in your ninth house is going to be met with Mercury, and there is some information coming to light. Well, it's in a water sign, so if you're a Scorpio rising, like somewhere around, you know, let's say 7 to 9 degrees, it's going to trine your ascendant, so it might be about your intuition or tapping into something. The ninth house is about travel. It's about your in-laws. It's going to be about your philosophy. It is about legal situations, and the bigger picture of life, okay? Mercury rules change and transformation, other people's resources and inheritance, joint taxes and bills, and it also has connections to goals, okay? So Sun Mercury in the ninth makes me feel like you may find out that you know, your goals are somehow changing. You may get some good news about a change or a transformation financially while you're traveling. There may be some stock news or something that kind of pops up. Maybe you also have like an epiphany and a download, and you decide to start writing something or putting together like a course or a book that you're going to want to eventually create. Same day, the sextile is going to happen with Mercury to Jupiter in your seventh house of relationships. So the good news might come on the road while you're with a partner, or it's possible that a partner is like sharing some kind of positivity with you and you're more optimistic about a home or a family or a relationship change. I also think that because Jupiter rules the fifth house of like romance and creativity, there's something brewing that's like really positive about the future of relationships or romance or possibly even travel. But good news all around, basically. On the second of the month, then we have Venus in Leo that's going to come into a square with Uranus and Taurus. So here we have Venus in your 10th house, where she will be for 4 months because of her retrograde. So Venus is blessing you with 4 months of reevaluating what direction you want to go in your career, reevaluating your status, maybe changing jobs, getting ready to launch new positions, and changing something about how people see you in the professional realm. So Venus rules relationships to other people, like your business partner, your clients, your spouse, and it's coming into a hard angle with Uranus. Those of you guys who are Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising, especially around these, like, let's say 20 to 23 degrees, you're going to feel the crunch pretty strongly. So be mindful that on one hand, Jupiter, Uranus wants sudden evolution and change and growth. And the action taking place in the 10th house is like sudden. Like some Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Risings are going to have like sudden growth in a relationship, and it can be like out of nowhere. All of a sudden you're in a very public relationship, or suddenly you get a lot of recognition and there can be some kind of fame and you're like, oh my gosh, how do I handle this? What do I do? There can also be strife in regards to your professional life and what you're doing out in the world, and how it's coming into conflict with a romantic relationship, a business partnership, or if you're married, okay? So it's going to be friction, and it's like growing pains, basically. This will happen several times. So you're going to see this several times over the next few months. Venus-Uranus aspects can indicate, you know, separations, quarrels, divorces, friction, and it's not unusual for spouses or partners to like give ultimatums with this. That's like, if you don't stop working so much, we're gonna have a problem, or like things need to slow down, or, you know, something like that. And yeah, you're gonna have to kind of work through some of these growing pains.
Then on the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Cancer in your 9th house coming into an opposition with Pluto in your 3rd. So Mercury is joint resources, taxes. It's also about goals opposing Pluto. So to me, it seems like there's going to be probably some challenges revolving around travel and documents. There can be some philosophical differences, not a day to get kind of like into it with another person and have a conflict with somebody, especially it could be somebody on the road, or it can be a relative or an in-law, or even somebody who's like more knowledgeable than you, okay? So there might be a little bit of like some intellectual sparring going on that may not go so well because Pluto is being challenged by the sun. Mercury is challenging Pluto. So this is going to be somebody else that is challenging what you think or what you have to say. Then we've got on the, I guess I should say one other thing. This can be about crime in the neighborhood and whether or not like there are people who kind of step in and like suss it out. So if you're not going to be home, check all your doors, make sure everything's good, be checking your security cameras, that kind of stuff. All right, so then we're going to have on the 17th of the month, we're going to have the North Node go into Aries. And the North Node is basically where we're going collectively, okay? It is important, even though it's not the most important for you. It's not going into an angular house. For the most part, outside of an eclipse that you're going to have around the end of October, you've graduated almost 2 years of eclipses in Scorpio and Taurus. So many of you guys have met really significant partners, gotten married, settled down. Those of you guys who haven't, it can still be happening because Jupiter is in your 7th house all year. And now the North Node is moving into Aries in your 6th house, and the South Node is moving into Libra in your 12th house. So we want to go in the direction of the North Node. North Node in Aries is about being bold and taking action. In your 6th house, it's about health, wellness, fitness, things involving your schedule, your habits, and your routine. So know that this might be a period where you benefit more from having a routine, having structure, being mindful of your health and your wellness and your diet and your fitness. And the South Node is going to go through Libra in the 12th house. So you're kind of like disconnecting from other people's karma. You're disconnecting from other people's problems. You're learning to do like a cosmic clearing. There can be like a lot of old relationship stuff that gets cleared out, a lot of weird dreams. And this will be going through these signs for about 1.5 years. So now that the North Node is in your 6th house, we're going to be watching Mars because Mars rules Aries. And when this ingress happens, Mars is in your natal 11th house, which basically means you are going to be focusing more on where can I take action when it comes to my goals? How can I best help other people? Mars also happens to rule your sign. It's your traditional ruler. So it's putting you in a position of going, I'm going to be with groups. So it could be group fitness classes. It could be being of service to groups of people. It can be helping groups of people with health and other related things. And Mars technically will be in a sextile to your sign. So it's not a bad aspect. The only thing that I would say is like, you know, North Node in the 6th, we're more prone to have accidents and have health stuff that comes up. So Aries can be about the sinuses, the face, anything in regards to accidents, burns, cuts, and Chiron is there as well. So I would be really mindful of your health and your habits and, you know, that part of your body. And I would also be really mindful when like eclipses come in through here because there can be some health stuff that can come up for you. Aries also does have connections also to the blood. So just be mindful of that. But for the most part, if you're feeling like, hey, I want to be better about health and wellness, and I need some accountability, it may benefit you joining some group health and fitness related things. So that way you're feeling like you can stay on top of it. All right, so then we're going to have on the 20th, Mars in Virgo in your 11th house of socializing, opposed Saturn in the 5th. So really, it's interesting because Mars rules your chart. So it says like you have to get out there, socialize, interact with people, and make it about the group dynamic, not just about you, Saturn in the 5th. Maybe you'll find that if you're feeling kind of down or not so happy, you have like lots of action going on with other people that can kind of lift you up. When Mars makes hard aspects to Saturn, which is about travel, communication, ideas, you may be a little more critical of accepting like invitations, right? And you might be kind of like grumpy and be like, I don't want to go out and do anything. Ugh. Like you need to go. Because other people are gonna help you, and you're gonna see through the Mars transit that it's gonna trine Jupiter and also Uranus, and it can give you support, and it can also kind of shake things up in your relationships a little bit, where like you get a little bit of a break with the pressure from the planets in Leo that's squaring your relationship. So it can offer you a little bit of like release from that. Then we're going to have in the 21st, Sun in Cancer in the 9th house in opposition to Pluto in Capricorn in the 3rd house. So the Sun rules your career. It's in the 9th house of travel, philosophy, in-laws, education, and it's in opposition to Pluto. So someone's challenging you. Someone is maybe threatening you. Honestly, I don't like to say that. It is possible that there is like a standoff that you have with like a mentor or a teacher or a professor. It might just be a moment where you're like, okay, why is this person trying to like overpower me? And it can be relatives at a distance. Yeah, it can be relatives at a distance because Cancer in the 9th. But also just crisis revolving around faith and your belief systems as well. Pluto is your chart ruler, so you're not really going to put up with it. You're not going to like the fact that somebody is trying to like challenge you or scare you. And it might also be this realization that there's like this huge upheaval that's coming in regards to changes with education or learning or communication or with a sibling. Venus will go retrograde on the 22nd of the month, and this is going to be in Leo. So Venus has already been in shadow since June. The retrograde is going to be 40 days long. So from the 22nd to the beginning of September, Venus, which is all about love and harmony, and also your relationships and your relationship karma, is going retrograde in your 10th house, my Scorpios. You can have a lot of drama professionally. There can be a lot of like your dirty laundry getting aired out there, especially in regards to your relationships with other people. It is possible that something is being exposed in regards to your relationships that can negatively impact your professional image or your career. Some Scorpio risings who are committed are going to have more problems in their committed relationships or marriages, as much as I hate to say that. Because it seems like Venus is not pleased and she wants you to go back over some of the career commitments that you've made, or wants you to scale back, or wants you to slow down. So that way there can be like more peace and harmony in regards to the relationship. Job offers might rescind. There may be a sense of somebody kind of like changing their mind and saying, oh, this position's available. Now it's been filled. You may also go back and forth about making changes in your work, or you might think about going back to going and working with somebody again. Proposals and launches can also slow down significantly, especially if you have a client-based business or anything in regards to your marketplace. I would recommend with the Venus retrograde to be taking time to rest and recuperate and reflect on what do you want to create, what do you want your public image to be, where can connecting with partners actually give you a little bit more safety and security right now, so that way you can kind of like come back at your career later in the fall and have a better understanding of what it is that you really want to do. So slowing down in the work sphere can actually be positive. And be very careful with relationships with women at work, because there can be temptation in regards to women that you would work with that could potentially cause some problems in a committed relationship, and can be like three's a crowd type situation. On the 25th of the month, Pluto in Capricorn squares the nodes. So this is important because Pluto rules your sign. It's in your 3rd house, which means you really want to change and transform the way that you think, the way that you communicate with people. There can be a sense of feeling like crisis with the vehicle, with travel, with documents, with getting the point across, and it feels very intense. The Sun in opposition to Pluto was part of this. The Mercury in opposition to Pluto was part of this. And then finally you have this grand fixed cross that's going to be kind of shaping up the second half of July. Grand cardinal cross. What can I say? I mean, I think that I would be very mindful of how I communicate with people. Because likely you could be put on blast for some of this stuff. And remember that Pluto is retrograding, so it's looking at the second house, so it's looking at what it possesses, what it wants to spend money on. So you might be going like, well, maybe I've changed my mind on buying a car, maybe I've changed my mind on moving, maybe I've changed my mind on my beliefs. And there could definitely be a crisis involving a sibling or transportation of some kind. That square will be felt clear into, August. So if you're like, I'm cool, I'm staying in my lane, I'm keeping my side of the street clean, it can mean that you're just dealing with more crisis from other people and talking to a lot of people about their problems, and that there is some huge transformation that's going on, maybe with just your communication style. And I don't even know. I'm a Scorpio, so I'm like, I definitely think that if you've got it together, you're playing crisis counselor for other people. I'll leave it at that. Then we've got on the 27th of the month, Mercury in Leo will conjunct Venus retrograde. So we're going to have Venus going retrograde through the 10th, reevaluating career, coming into conjunction with Mercury. Mercury rules Virgo, and it also rules the 8th house. And this is why I feel like potentially there could be like some like work romance or secrets in relationships. There can definitely be some renegotiations in regards to your position at work. There can be a reconnection with somebody that you worked with once before. But yeah, there's always like a change of heart that happens when Mercury retrogrades in conjunction, or Venus retrogrades in conjunction with Mercury. So in this case, Venus, which is relationships and other people, is retrograding in conjunction to Mercury. So it looks like a woman's going to change her mind or go back and forth a bit about something in regards to work, career, or a creative project. And yeah, it's just, I wouldn't make any big career relationship changes, to be honest with you. I would see where the dust settles, as you're getting closer to September, because in September, you're going to see Venus go direct and Mercury go direct. And there's going to be more clarity about working with groups and also your goals and your professional life, that like, if you try to push things too fast, too quick this month, there's going to be almost like overload. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So watch that Mars, transit, and be mindful that the 17th, there's a new moon that will oppose Pluto. And that's like from the 17th on to the end of July. That's why I've been making so many videos and so much content, trying to tell everybody like shift hits the fan. And I know you can do and handle or deal with change better than most signs. But still, nevertheless, like it's really important to be prepared for some of these squares. That new moon in Cancer, even though it's in a sister sign, it's going to oppose Pluto. Let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead. Okay, I pulled two cards. The card that I get is the 5 of Coins. This can be a challenging card. Financial challenges, poverty, lack mindset, isolation, shut out in the cold, worry, hardship, and also persistence of spiritual poverty. Well, Pluto's retrograding back, looking at your second house. So it's about your mindset when it comes to positivity, when it comes to resources, when it comes to money. Jupiter rules money for you, okay? And so you've got like a full moon that's trining Jupiter. You've got a bunch of planets that are going to square Jupiter, which is basically saying money can be made, but at what cost? At what cost? How is work and money so important that it's like wreaking havoc in your relationships, or it's not allowing you to make time for dating, or it's, something that you're using to like not really be present in your connections with other people. Just food for thought. Don't let money be the motivation. Realize that this can be talking about more your mindset, I think, more than anything else. And
don't be afraid of making some changes and almost scaling back, because it's going to give you the opportunity to kind of reevaluate what direction you're actually going to be going in when it comes to your professional life. And if you've recently started a new job, you got to give yourself a little bit of time for this to kind of kick in before you can really see come the end of summer, like, is this going to be something that's going to work, right? Good luck, my Scorpios. I'll see you guys next month. All right, so we've got Sag and Sag rising. What's going on, Sag? Welcome to your July of 2023 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. All right, so let's see what we've got going on for you. There's currently thunderstorms in the background, so I'm just waiting for my electricity to go out. So fingers crossed that does not happen. All right, so let's start off by just talking a little bit about Jupiter, because Jupiter is your chart ruler. Jupiter's direct. There's no retrograde. We are going to see a number of squares that will eventually be happening to Jupiter. But that'll be more in like Venus's retrograde. That'll be when the sun goes further into Leo. So nothing too crazy with Jupiter this month. The only thing that we are going to see is that we have a full moon at the beginning of the month that's going to be in Capricorn on the 3rd, and it's going to trine Jupiter. So even though it's in your sixth, it's trining your 6th house, okay, from your 2nd of money. It's basically saying like there's huge financial changes, which can be positive, and it's coming from work, and the fact that like there can be too much work, or that there can be too many opportunities, and maybe you're having to ask for help or hire help, or maybe you're just more active than usual, okay? So good problems to have. But other than that, there's not too much going on with Jupiter this month. All right, so we start off the first of the month with a Sun-Mercury conjunction. This is a cazimi taking place in Cancer in your 8th house. So the 8th house is secret. It's taboo. It's about joint resources, dealing with our shadow. Cancer can be about family. So to have Mercury, which rules relationships and also career, meeting with the Sun in the 8th house, it makes me feel like there's like a spiritual crisis. Like maybe you're feeling like, I need to check in with a therapist, I need to talk to a mentor, I need to find some faith, I just want to escape and travel and like get away from this because this is too overwhelming for me. And just take a breath, because whatever comes up from that realization with the sextile to Jupiter in your sign, in Taurus in your 6th house, it rules your sign. It opens the door to bring somebody in who can help you heal something. So if you are having an emotional crisis, you might find a healer or a therapist, or you might end up having a conversation with somebody who can really help. Through some, changes that you've got going on with your schedule or your finances, it can allow you to have more time to heal, rest, and recuperate. But I do think it can also be about really becoming more aware of like knowing when you need to ask for help, and not just suffer through something, and be vulnerable and like really kind of say like, hey, I'm kind of in a spot, I need something. So even though the 6th and the 8th house can be houses that are like, accidents and worry and delays and fear, at least whatever is coming up is allowing you to learn something about this and better your health in the process. And it might just be about listening to your emotions and doing something about it, okay? All right, so then we move to the 2nd of the month. And when we move to the 2nd, we see Venus in Leo coming into a square with Uranus in Taurus. So Venus is going to be in Leo in your natal 9th house for the better part of 4 months, and it's in a fellow sister sign. So as Venus is moving through your 9th house, it's bringing more attention to travel and philosophy and education and, changing something in regards to your belief system, or returning back to school, or going back to a place that you have visited once before. So it's positive in a sense where it's going to be trining your ascendant and really allowing you to have much more openness and positivity about the future, and maybe get some travel in. However, throughout this period, she will retrograde, and she will also make a number of squares to planets that are in Taurus. So it's going to bring up issues revolving pets and travel, your schedule and travel, the amount of work you have, and whether or not you can travel or expand or go places. So tug of war, right? There's a tug of war. The 6th house is help.
So whether you need to hire an assistant or a dog watcher or a house sitter or more staff, or you need to have somebody cover your shift so you can go do things, that's kind of like the lesson in this. And also it's going to be more about learning about health and wellness, and maybe taking some classes on art or creativity, or maybe painting or performance as well. All right, so when Venus, which rules your friends and also work, comes into a square with Uranus, something about your relationship with people that you work with or people that you're friends with is kind of having some friction. And not getting on well. So it could literally be a woman, or it could be a Leo. It can promote challenges in travel plans, issues with being able to work together. It can also bring up issues relating to, traveling. Like I could see somebody having a tiff and being like, I don't want to go on the trip anymore. And you're like, oh my God, what? I took off work for this. That kind of stuff. Legal things can come up here as well. So be mindful of that, because these are houses that do deal with legal stuff. And when we see Venus-Uranus aspects, we have issues in relationships. We can't relate to people as well, and there can be some harsh words because Uranus rules your third. That'll be important to pay attention to, because this will happen several times. Now, on the 10th of the month, Mercury in Cancer, in your 8th house, will come into an opposition with Pluto. So Mercury rules partners and work, and I'm wondering, like, is it a situation where either in a relationship or in a working relationship, somebody says, this ain't working, we need to separate our finances, we need to separate our stuff, and maybe you're feeling a little overwhelmed because you're like, what's being taken away from me? Do I have security? Why is that partner leaving? Why do they not want to work together anymore? You know, like, what do I do? So that can be definitely creating some friction. You will see more of this when the sun comes into the opposition, and when you also had that full moon in Capricorn as well. It's all similar themes. Then we're going to have on the 17th, the North Node is going to enter into the sign of Aries, okay, in your natal 5th house, in a sister sign. So Sag, hear me out here. Having planets in Sagittarius, the North Node in the 5th house, you know, a retrograde in your 9th, you got to make lemonade, dude. You have to make lemonade, because even though there's lots of change happening, I think like Venus in the 9th trine the North Node in the 5th is like that retrograde, is you realizing if relationships change, if you have to relocate, if you have to go back to school, it's not the end of the world, because it's going to allow you to express yourself more, to create more. It's going to allow you to focus on your talents more, launch your own business. And it's also trining your planets in Sag. So this will be fire trines, which means like things are going to be happening, essentially. All right, so North Node in Aries, it's the direction of where we want to go collectively. Aries wants to fight, it wants to be the first, it wants to initiate things. It can be a little reckless, it can be a little confrontational, but going into the 5th house is a fun house because it's about taking chances. It's what you create. So making art, making love, making pets, having children is the 5th house. So I think for a lot of you guys, it's going to be setting the stage for these things. So births don't have to be physical births. They can be new relationships, new hobbies, people you fall in love with, that kind of stuff. The South Node is going to be moving into the sign of Libra. So finally, we have, energies out of your 6th and your 11th, out of your 6th and your 12th house, and it's moving into your 11th and your 5th. South Node in the 11th and eclipses in Libra will bring a cut or a loss of certain friendships. It means that you will let certain friends go. Your goals will change. You start to focus on what's best for you and not feel so enmeshed with other people. It can mean that like old friends can come back, and you might see that in retrogrades or like around eclipses in the fall. But I think that because the North Node is in Aries and it's reactivating the eclipse point, it's saying like, where do you need to focus on you, and what do you want, and what's going to be best for your creativity? If you want to be self-employed, if you want to get on stage, if you want to have a baby, if you want to find true love, if you want to start a new hobby, the 5th house is where you do it. So I encourage you guys to be brave. I encourage you guys to have fun, to do things that are going to be the most authentic and really with what the heart wants. At the time of the North Node changing signs, Mars is the ruler and Mars is in your 10th house. So a lot of you guys are going to be initiating new businesses. You're going to be saying, I have this hobby, I'm going to turn it into something. Or I want to be a parent. I want to, identify in that way out in the world, right? Because Mars in the 10th can be about being like, this is what I'm growing, what I'm nurturing, I'm taking care of. This is what I created. So there's a great deal of pride revolving around what you've been able to put out into the world professionally or creatively, life-wise. You may want to be more public with a relationship. That might happen as well. And you might want to start showing the world what like creative talents you have that might be different than what you've been doing recently. All right, so we're going to see the North Node there until the beginning of 2025. I did do videos on the North Node in Aries and the South Node in Libra, so if you want to know more about that, check it out. But we will be discussing it more. Maybe go look at that solar eclipse video in Aries I did. All right, so then we're going to have on the 20th of the month, Mars in Virgo opposing Saturn in Pisces. And I'm just going to preface by saying like, Mars going into Virgo and Mercury going into Virgo this month is more challenging for you, okay? Because you're going to see that it's going to square your ascendant, so you're going to feel like there's a lot of work to do or a lot of responsibility. Mercury is going to square your ascendant, a lot of business things and people, relationships and business relationships kind of coming up, which putting the pressure on you, and it's all going to oppose Saturn. So it's almost like things are really heavy on the home front or with your family or with a parent or with your roommates or emotionally, but you're like, there's no time to cry about it. I got to put on my big girl pants and like go to work. And you're not gonna, you're almost like not gonna want people to know like how much you're struggling. And so part of me feels inclined to tell you, do not just work it away because that's not the answer. Part of me feels inclined to tell you that really July, August, September is like big work energy for you. So good things can be happening, but it can't be at the cost of your emotional health, and it can't be about you going to work because you don't want to be home or you don't want to deal with a family member, because that can be really heavy. So when Saturn opposes Mars, it does make me feel like there is something going on where you're feeling like you're having to make a sacrifice of your home life in order to really show up in your career. And like, although it's successful, it's draining and it feels really overwhelming and you're feeling kind of lost. Then we're going to have on the, 21st, we're going to have Sun in Cancer opposed Pluto in Capricorn. So Sun in the 11th house, bringing the attention to joint resources and change and transformation of joint resources or partners or money owed, taxes, inheritance, family or home expenses is going to oppose Pluto. So somebody is challenging you in regards to the money that you have and the money that you owe. And I wonder if there's going to be like, home taxes or dealing with insurance issues or trying to figure out like, how to compensate for changes in, a shift in regards to a financial matter with a partner. Insurance might say that they're challenging paying for something. You might have somebody say they want a legal separation, so then you're having to look at the financial implications of that. It is also possible that you're dealing with some kind of like will estate situation, especially in regards to home, property, or family, Cancer. And it might require some kind of legal situation because Venus will then retrograde in the 9th house, which can be about connecting with lawyers and having to figure out a way to like amicably separate. And just watch for financial drama around that time. Then on the 22nd of the month, Venus starts her retrograde in Leo. So she's been in shadow since June. She will go retrograde until the beginning of September. So we'll talk more about the retrograde next month. But just know that Venus rules relationships. It rules harmony. It rules anything in regards to our partnerships and diplomacy. So Venus rules
your 6th house of work and others, and your 11th house of friends. And I'm wondering if there's like a sense of you reevaluating who you want to work with, who you want to be friends with. If it's time for you to maybe consider, you know, moving your business somewhere else and separating if you've been working with a friend. If it's time for you to go back to school, go and do some training. If it's time for you to focus more on like traveling. So long, you know, trips are positive with Venus retrograde in the 9th. I would also go back to places that you have visited before, or maybe connect with friends in other places and take a little bit of time off of your usual schedule if you're feeling burnt out. Not a time to get married. You know, 9th house is ceremonies. So I would not get married. I would not get engaged. I would not put money down on weddings. I would not do anything in regards to that because it's going to cost so much, right? 6th house Taurus could be food and flowers and tailoring and all of these things. Like everything is going to be so expensive. I would wait until Venus is out of retrograde and maybe coming into Libra in the fall before I would be making any of those plans. And the 6th house can be energy relating to divorce. So those of you guys who are freaking out going, I've already got a wedding planned, or, you know, I'm planning an engagement, or I'm having an engagement party. There's ways around that for weddings that are already set. You know, I talk about this in my webinar, but you can sign documents at a different date. To have better astrology for the actual marriage. So you are one of the signs that I would say, during this time. And then, yeah, in September, Venus goes direct, and then she'll move into Virgo in the month of October. But when Venus goes into Virgo, she's not happy, and she's going to oppose Saturn. So it looks like there may be some actual family separation, roommate separation, business separation that does happen. And like maybe you're feeling like that may be coming. Maybe. I hope not. Touch wood. All right, so then we go to the 25th of the month, and this is when Pluto in Capricorn squares the nodes. So here we have Pluto in the 2nd house, retrograding, so reevaluating what control you have, because it's looking at your 1st house of your resources and what you possess business-wise and financially. The square to the nodes makes me feel like there is a pressing financial matter that needs to change, that needs to transform. There is a pressing matter in regards to your self-esteem and your security, right? And 29 is crisis, so you're going to feel this all month long. Look at crisis as an opportunity. I would say this to all of the signs, but you know, for you especially, because Pluto rules your subconscious, it's like all of your subconscious fears, you might feel like, oh my God, they're all coming true. And I would say, like, be careful with Pluto, because if you give Pluto too much fear power, he's going to keep dishing it, right? So, you know, we want to be mindful of how we're thinking and what we're communicating. And if we're, you know, too fearful of things, Pluto's going to give you more of that. So there can be like this undoing that's coming up about your financial situation, which could also be impacting your self-esteem. Everybody will be feeling this pressure. It'll be really intense because the sun is going to be making the opposition. And I think it's going to be for you about changes revolving around finances and home and career change. And you will move through it swiftly. You're going to have a Mercury retrograde in the fall in your 10th house, and you're going to get some of this work stuff organized. So if you need to take a little bit of space between now and then, so be it. Then we are going to have finally Mercury in Leo conjunct Venus retrograde. So Venus is retrograding in your 9th and coming into a conjunction with Mercury. So it tells me that there may be a sense of a friend sitting down and wanting to reconnect with you and discuss something. Friends might be changing their mind on travel. They may be wanting to kind of reconnect with you after being apart for a period of time. And it's also possible that there are people who are coming in and wanting to kind of help you heal and like change your perspective on the world. Any retrograde conjunction to Mercury can be about meeting other people halfway and, you know, connecting with clients or connecting with, you know, and having business meetings. So you might have to go and travel to do that, or maybe you're traveling to do some kind of training of some kind. If you're reevaluating, getting ready to take a class, or maybe publishing something, this would be a really good time to like get some feedback on it as well. All right, so that's the month at a glance. Let's take a look and see what the cards say for you, Sagittarius, for the month of July. The card that I get for you is the Six of Cups, which is a good card. It's about reconciliation. So it is possible if you're having some weirdness with somebody, you can reconcile, you can move through this. But it's also about nostalgia, childhood, or past memories. It's about innocence, reunion, comfort, healing, and being more sentimental. This is also the card that deals with, like, you know, soulmates. Not a big fan of that word, but it is possible. And I'm wondering if this is like meeting a soulmate at an airport or abroad, if it's about reconnecting with a friend and remembering the good times and being able to like travel together and reminisce and having a good time. It's a really positive card in the midst of what can feel like a bit of a rocky month. So I think it's a good sign that, you know, at the very least, you have memories and things that can remind you of the good times. If you find that you're kind of going through it, really reflecting on the past and reconnecting with people who can kind of make you feel loved and supported is the direction forward, right? All right. With that being said, enjoy July, and I will see all of you guys next month. You guys take care. All right, so we've got Capricorn and Cap rising. What's going on, Capricorn? Happy July. I hope you're doing well. What do we got going on this month? Well, there's a full moon that's in your sign. That's at the beginning of the month on the 3rd, which is ruled by Saturn in your 3rd house going retrograde. So the full moon is about how you're reevaluating how you communicate, how you get around documents, and how you maybe communicate with relatives or siblings, maybe changes also in transportation. And then we're going to see some oppositions to Saturn this month. So you are going to feel challenged by some other people, specifically relatives. And we're also going to see Pluto in your sign square the nodes, and a bunch of energies actually in Cancer oppose Pluto. So it's going to feel like you against the world this month. It's going to feel a little bit about you and challenges with relationships to either family members or people you live with or romantic partners. Let's get right into it. So starting on the 1st, you're going to see a Sun-Mercury cazimi taking place in the sign of Cancer. What this means is the Sun's going to conjunct Mercury, which rules your 6th house of delays, health, and, you know, coworkers, pets maybe. And it can be about like some information coming to light, like a partner telling you something that you weren't aware of, or some secret coming out, or somebody reaching out to you from another place who may be further away because of Mercury's connection to the 9th. But somebody may want to confide in you and talk to you about something that they've got going on, and I would pay attention. A good day to get feedback from like a counselor or a therapist, or to get a reading. And when this happens, Jupiter is receiving a sextile from Mercury. So it tells me that somebody is telling you about the positive, you know, direction you could be going in a relationship, or they're telling you that they love you, or they're telling you that they have some kind of positive feedback for your creative projects, or maybe they're asking you out to dinner, or maybe they're proposing. Maybe they are, like in harmony with you when it comes to your relationship or even children. So Mercury sextile Jupiter is positive, even though there can be some funky energies with Mercury's connection to the 6th. Maybe a partner's asking you if you want to like travel and get away and go somewhere, and if you're like willing to make changes to your schedule to make that happen. All right, so then on the 2nd of the month, we're going to see Venus in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. Essentially, Venus will retrograde at the end of this month. So you're going to see Venus spend 4 months in the sign of Capricorn, in the sign of Leo. In the sign of Leo for you, Capricorn, in your 8th house. So what does it mean? Well, planets, when they go through the 8th house, they're reborn, right? It's like going to the underworld and coming back. So for Venus to spend 4 months in the 8th house, she's definitely going through quite a significant transformation when it comes to your relationship with other people's money, It may slow things down in terms of getting, paid for things or people being more generous with money. It can slow down tax issues. It can slow down things in regards to getting payouts, getting refunds, or insurance matters. So what's going to happen in this retrograde is Venus is going to make several aspects several times. She'll square Jupiter, making things bigger several times over. She's going to square Uranus, bringing up kind of static and unexpected change several times over. What I like, though, is that Venus in the 8th is bringing money from other people. So you may actually have a couple of like really great aspects throughout the summer where people are more generous, or maybe like you win something. Like, to me, this could be like lottery winning energy, or like maybe winning like a prize of some kind. Because the 5th house is about taking chances. So Venus rules your career, and it's in the 8th, so it's undergoing some kind of transformation in career, and it's squaring Uranus in the 5th. So on one hand, it's like if you've put money into something, into a hobby, into a talent, into a stock, you might find that with the square, it will go significantly up or significantly down. And I'll just tell you, like, gambling, investing, and taking chances all summer long is a bit of a wild ride, because sometimes the 8th house can be losses. So if you're hitting a hot streak and you kind of get cocky, you might find that you could just lose it all in one fell swoop. But for the most part, I think this is like creative energy. It's really sexy. It gives you the opportunity to like really invest in your talent and find ways to make more money. So it's good. But when the retrograde happens, it might be like a reversal. So just keep that in mind. All right. On the 10th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Cancer oppose Pluto in Capricorn. So we've got Mercury in your relationship house, challenging Pluto in your sign. And it tells me that there can be some drama with foreigners. There can be issues with a lawyer. There can be challenges where you're having conflict with a coworker, or a partner is getting kind of like sassy and challenging your authority. And when it opposes Pluto, Pluto gets kind of agitated, and it can kind of like strike back. So be mindful of how you're communicating with people. If you're like threatening lawsuits, or if you're, picking fights with coworkers or other people, like there can definitely be some drama that can come from that. And you'll see more as the sun comes into an opposition with Pluto as well. And the South Node goes into your 11th house. Like, Mercury rules coworkers. So the Mercury opposition, and then when the nodes come in and they square, if you say one thing out of line at work, if you do something that is not up to code or standard, if you do something that is like threatening, I could definitely see somebody coming down on you and there being some issues at work. So be very mindful of that. On the 17th of the month, we are going to see the North Node and the South Node change signs. The North Node is going to go into Aries in your 10th house. The South Node is going to go into Libra in your, South Node is going into Libra in your 10th house. North Node is going into Aries in your 4th house. I have done videos on this. So if you go and look at my video list, last year I did a North Node in Aries. Just recently I did a South Node in Libra. Here's the deal, okay? For everybody, because the nodes are collective energies, they feel the change. It's intense because it's going to be squaring Pluto in your sign. So it means that you are going to go through a personal change and transformation. And I know you're like, please no more, but it's going to happen, especially if you're the late degrees of Capricorn. So 27 to 29 degrees, you're going to feel this pinch. And it's all about what you do with this change. Okay, so yeah, you might feel like you're going through a crisis or a meltdown, but how do you handle it? So as the North Node goes into Aries, that's the direction we want to build towards. And Aries is action and passion and desire and being first and being courageous. So the North Node in the 4th house, for some people, will bring you back home. You might move in with your parents again. You might move back home. You might buy a new home. You might be focusing on building a garden or doing things within your home space. 4th house is ends of situations. So it might also be that the new home comes with an end of a relationship or an end of a situation. The South Node is going to be in Libra. So it's going to be about breaking up relationships professionally, separating or severing from your job or certain people in a professional sphere, although I don't think you're going to see that more until the fall.
it's going to be challenging because it's going to square all of the angles of your chart. So it makes you change, home change, relationships change, jobs change, all within about a year and a half. So I want you to think back to what was going on both in 2020 when, you know, Saturn was in the late degrees and it was squaring some stuff. Also, if you think back to, you know, also in 2020, we had a Mars retrograde in the fall, and there was also lots of change that was going on there. The name of the game here is to follow Mars now, because the North Node is in Aries and it's ruled by Mars. And when the North Node changes signs, Mars is in the 9th. So it tells me that you might be relocating, moving further away. Maybe you're moving across country. It might mean that you're having to initiate some kind of lawsuit to fight for something that's yours. There can be some legal stuff going on with an inheritance this year with the Venus retrograde in your 8th. Some of you guys are focusing more on being able to do more work at home. So you're going to be training, or you're going to be going through some kind of program. And that's pretty much it. Then you're going to see on the 20th of the month, Mars in Virgo in your 9th house is going to oppose Saturn. And so this is kind of sweet and salty. First of all, Mars is in a sister sign. So it may be trining your sun, moon, or rising, which is going to be bringing you more energy. But it's going to make an opposition to Saturn, which is your sign. So you're not going to like it. If a family member, Mars, or possibly a friend is, you know, being confrontational or challenging you or threatening a lawsuit or trying to get you to travel, you might be like, absolutely not. Nice try. Not going to happen. You're not going to get a response out of me. Like, I think Saturn in your 3rd house retrograde is like, you know, I'm not responding to this. This is just like a drama and I don't need it. Especially when it comes to also like in-laws. That could be the other thing with the 9th house if you have in-laws. Teachers might be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more strict here as well. And that's just because the 9th house can deal with teachers and gurus. It will pass, but just be mindful of how you communicate around about the opposition point with that on the 20th. And Saturn's retrograding, so you're rethinking how to communicate anyway. And there can also be issues in regards to traveling and documents and like needing to go somewhere but not having something ready. Now then on the 21st of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Cancer in your 7th house of relationships coming into an opposition with Pluto. So power struggles between you and another person. 7th house is relationships. The Sun is connected to the 8th house of joint money. So I think that you might be having some drama with a family member about a financial situation and who has control over what, and somebody is challenging your control over something. This should come as no surprise. The Mercury, you know, opposed Pluto, and the squares coming into a square with Pluto is going to be like whether or not you unleash on somebody or you don't, if you don't let other people kind of get your goat. Pun intended with that one. Then you're going to see on the 22nd that Venus goes retrograde. So Venus rules your 10th house of career and also your reputation, and 5th house in regards to your creative energies. Your children go retrograde in the 8th. So if you have kids, there can be a sense of like reevaluating, okay, do I want to be spending more time with my family, or do I, you know, want to be working, and like, do I scale back on how much I'm working, and how does that impact my joint resources? I like a Venus retrograde in the 8th to really rework a financial situation. So if you want to like consolidate debt, if you want to refinance, if you want to review some of your expenses, if you want to sit down and talk to you know, your boss about whether or not you can get better benefits, insurance, if you can, you know, get a raise, this would be the time to do it. And I think that this particular retrograde, it's going to be very loud because it's going to square Jupiter and Uranus several times. So Venus connecting to career and also being connected to, bringing in more or your talent. There is like a bit of a tug of war with like, do I beg other people to recognize my talent and pay me for what I'm worth? Or am I willing to tap into that South Node in Libra and say, you know what? I'm going to turn my hustle into a business. I'm going to work from home. I'm going to really put my all into it to see if I can actually bring more in. So that'll be going on, but you might question, like, does that impact my ability to provide for my family? How am I going to pay for health insurance? What are my fears revolving around money and resources? I like that it sextiles the South Node. I feel like some situations, some of you guys might have windfalls, which allows you to take time off from work to kind of reevaluate what direction you're going in, which can be really helpful. The retrograde will end at the beginning of September, so we'll talk about it more next month, but obviously with a retrograde here, be very careful with like spending and credit cards and borrowing money because it can come at a cost, okay? The Uranus squares can be what it costs you. So read the fine print on loans, on credit card statements, on the percentages and things that they're going to be tacking on because it can be quite hefty. Then we're going to have on the 25th of the month, Pluto in Capricorn square the node. So this is where you're feeling it from the 17th, really all the way into August, but this is when it really starts. And when Pluto squares the nodes, we must integrate Pluto. So you become so focused on change and transformation and really, seeing your goals all the way through that you're going to be feeling like you're in a bit of a crisis. I'm not going to lie. But the positive in this is that sometimes without crisis, we wouldn't make change, right? And that can be the catalyst for change. And also, catharsis can really come up here where you're like finally just letting it all out and you're clearing it. And once you're able to do that, you can go deeper into kind of healing inner wounds or self-esteem issues or issues in regards to your relationships and intimacy. But pay attention to your body, pay attention to your emotions. There can be violent, moods and eruptions and things happening with Pluto square the nodes in your first house. And there can also be this tendency to kind of react very mean or cold. And maybe you're reevaluating and going like, okay, I don't want to react that way. So how do I move through this and release that pressure, right? And you're really going to be fixated on like power and control. And my advice to you is that you're only in control of yourself. You can't control other people. You're not going to be able to control your family, your relationships, or your work. It's about you controlling how you respond to other people's bullshit and not letting other people see you as the villain. Instead, you're creating change, right? So then we're going to have finally on the 27th of the month, Mercury in Leo will come into conjunction with Venus retrograde. So Mercury rules legal things, documents, paperwork, lawyers, teachers, and also organization or helpers, and it's going to retrograde in conjunction to Venus. So if you've been in the midst of like a lawsuit, if you've been in the midst of like issues involving documents or visas or divorces or anything legal, anything publishing, anything in terms of education, then Venus's retrograde in conjunction is like, we can remedy this at a cost. Those of you guys who are going through some legal stuff and you're being offered a potential settlement, this can be that turning point. For some of you guys, there may be, your bosses or your companies issuing you like retirement package, or they're asking you, hey, do you want to leave early? This is what we'll give you. Or, hey, we're doing layoffs. Here's your severance. And like they're letting you know what they're giving you because they may be letting go. They may also start talking about changes that are going to be happening with the budget and the business and the fact that like there is some cuts on the horizon. Without getting too specific, down the road when Mars is in Libra and it's debilitated and it conjuncts the South Node and you have solar eclipses in the fall, a lot of you guys are going to quit your job and you're going to work from home, or you're going to be like, I'm retiring, or I'm changing jobs, or I'm working for myself. So the writing might kind of start to be on the wall now. Just a heads up. I know these are things Capricorns don't want to hear. I know this. But the truth is like just the South Node going through your 10th house is enough for me to be like, yeah, you're going to have some change in status or, you know, your reputation out in the world. But the fact that Pluto is going to square and the fact that you're also seeing, you know, Jupiter has already gone through the 4th house. Many of you guys have already been looking for a home change, or you've bought a home, or you're focusing on doing this anyway. Or maybe you're staying home, right? You're flipping houses, you're getting involved in real estate, you're becoming parents, you're raising kids. Now Jupiter's in your 5th house, so you want to have more creativity, you want to have more fun, and you want to be home anyway. Oh, thank goddess. For you, I get the 9 of Cups, which is basically your wishes are being granted. Pretty good month for Capricorn, to be honest with you. Even in spite of some Saturn-Mars oppositions, you got a full moon trine Jupiter. I mean, come on. So this is about wish fulfillment, contentment, satisfaction, emotional richness, achievement, recognition, pleasure, and success. These are things you like to hear, right? This is like the green light card. So whatever you've been hoping will happen is going to start to happen, but you have to be open to receiving. And when you're manifesting things and you want things to come in, sometimes you have to knock down some walls and you have to clear some stuff out. And I'm going to keep encouraging you to be mindful of what you have control over. Don't let other people's stuff cloud your vision. Be so focused on self-change and transformation and welcoming change that it's like you have your blinders on and nobody's going to get in the way of that. And that's really going to help you through the next month or two. Good luck. I'm sure we will chat soon, and I will see you guys in, well, technically July, but for August. All right. Take care, Capricorn. All right, so we've got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's going on, Aquas? This is going to be your July 2023 horoscope. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so what do we got going on for you this month? Well, you are ruled both by Saturn as well as Uranus. The truth is like there's stuff going on both ways. So you're going to see planets in your relationship house coming into squares with Uranus in your 4th. And this is where like relationship things and changes with relationships and partners are having some kind of impact on your emotions, your home, or your family. And you're also going to see Mars coming into an opposition with Saturn, which is going to be about you know, your resources and where you're holding back versus like what other people are wanting or what other people are needing. So there might be some financial things that kind of come up this month here as well. Let's get into it. Now on the 1st of the month, we're going to see a Sun-Mercury cazimi taking place in the sign of Cancer, and it's in your 6th house. A cazimi is when Mercury is in a superior position with the Sun, and this is about relaying a message. So Mercury rules changes, transformations, joint resources. It can be also about health information and also, you know, creativity and children. So there can be like a creative crisis that ultimately ends up kind of, you know, getting healed. It can mean that there is some insight in terms of like health that comes through. There could be health results. There could be finally like having better health, overcoming a health issue. That can happen. If you're looking to like hire a pet sitter, a housekeeper, a trainer, finding a new doctor, the cazimi can actually bring somebody in that can kind of help find the perfect person for the job, because the 6th house can be about help, and it's taking into consideration your 7th house lord. So it can be about people who come in and kind of help partner with you and kind of perfect something. The same day, it's going to sextile Jupiter. So this is why I think it's relating to home, because you have Jupiter in the 4th house. So if you need like a builder, somebody for renovations, if you need somebody to organize your closets, if you're looking for someone to come in and do your landscaping, if you need somebody to manage a property, these are the kinds of things that you might see happen with the Mercury-Jupiter sextile. But for everybody, generally, it's good news. Now on the 2nd of the month, we're going to see Venus in Leo, where it will be for 4 months in your 7th house, come into a square with Uranus in the 4th. Okay, so Uranus is your modern ruler. Uranus in the 4th house has you shaking up things with the home and the family, sporadic moves, unexpected events with the family, sudden shocks and surprises with the family. And Venus in the 7th can be a wife, a partner, it can be a female child.
It can be also like a romantic interest, challenging you or your home situation. So if you have kids, it can be about kids being like, I've got something going on with my living situation, I need help. Or it can be about female partners or romantic partners in general challenging you and trying to get you out of the house, or arguing with you about a family situation, or about how you're spending money, or where you're living, or how you decorated something. You'll see this square several times, and on one hand it can be exciting because partners can really initiate change within the home, and they can shake things up and say, let's move, or let's make a change in our home environment. On the other hand, it does scream to me that there can be some issues between relationships and relatives, and like some people should not be left in the same room together. Just trust me on this. Now, Venus rules your 4th house as well as your 9th house. So it can deal with in-laws, it can deal with family at a distance as well. And like I said, you'll see that square several times. This is just the first one, so observe. And then on the 10th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Cancer in your 6th house, where it's comfortable. Mercury is good in the 6th house. It's going to oppose Pluto. Makes me feel like you're like keeping a secret about your health, or you're like really concerned or stressed out, or like not wanting to share some kind of information pertaining to health with a romantic partner or with a child, because Mercury rules the 5th, and you're like, I don't want to worry anybody, I don't want to say anything, and like that may actually cause more stress or more pressure for you in general. So take that into consideration. Pluto rules your 10th house of responsibility and career, so maybe there's a feeling of being like, I don't want them to think I can't handle it, I'm going to be okay, I'll handle it, and I'm just not going to say anything. Mental stress, which can affect the health, or physical or mental health, is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And then we're going to have on the 17th of the month, the North Node is going to move into the sign of Aries, which is a big deal because it hasn't been here for like 18, 19 years. And the North Node talks about where we want to go collectively towards our destiny. And the North Node in Aries is about, like action and courage and fitness and, moving around and starting new things. That puts the South Node in Libra in your 9th house. I did videos on this, so check it out. It's on my channel. But essentially, it'll be going through these signs for about a year and a half. And the North Node in the 3rd house will sextile Aquarius energy naturally. And it's going to be highlighting short distance travel, writing, learning, communicating, vehicles. Maybe you'll have more road trips. Maybe you'll sign more contracts. Maybe you're just going to be communicating or writing more than usual. So something like that is the theme. At the time of this this change, Mars, which is the ruler, is going to be in Virgo in the 8th house. So I think it's about changing the way you communicate. It's changing your mind. It's going through and fine-tuning something that you're writing. Mars does rule your 10th house, so it might be about changing the way that you look at responsibility or the way that you communicate with bosses. And Mars is definitely pretty strong in the 8th house, so I think that it can also be about like surgical things that can be, taking place with your face or possibly even with your hands. Be mindful of anything in regards to expenses connecting to vehicles. That can be a theme here as well. And documents pertaining to vehicles or gadgets that potentially can have some expensive breaks. So you might be looking at like new insurance or getting insurance on a new cell phone or new car insurance. That could happen. All right, so then the South Node is in the 9th house. So you're releasing karma relating to relationships and mentors and teachers and gurus. Some of you guys might quit school, change direction in education, or let go of a belief system. And you're not gonna be doing as much like foreign travel. It's gonna be like more like domestic. So think more closer to the area that you can like drive to. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see Mars in your 8th house coming into an opposition with Saturn. So this is about, it's a difficult transit because you're traditionally ruled by Saturn. So you and Capricorn are going to feel this pretty significantly.
Mars in the 8th might be other people demanding money or needing money or having expenses. It can be like creditors hassling you. It can be bills coming in, sudden expenses coming in, and you're like feeling the crunch because Saturn is retrograde in your second house. So you're less likely to want to spend money on stuff. You're trying to save money, and you're being more conservative with your spending. And likely there's going to be a situation either connecting to work where there's like a setback, or you're not getting some of the resources that you need, or delays in getting paid, or it's possible that some kind of like check in the mail or deposit of some kind is withheld, or there is an expense that comes in that you don't see coming. And you're not gonna be thrilled about it because Mars is like, I need it now. And you get a demand letter, or, you realize that if you don't pay something, you can't use a card, and you're like, ugh. So be mindful of that. Be very careful with borrowing and lending money around the opposition on the 20th. On the 21st of the month, the Sun in Cancer opposes Pluto in Capricorn. So the Sun is in the 6th house of health and routine, and it's coming into an opposition with Pluto. So, partners may be expressing concern or worry for you in regards to your health or your habits. There can be some tension naturally where you're feeling a little bit more like reclusive, and you can be avoiding taking care of health related things, or communicating clearly with other people. It can feel like there's some sense of imbalance with your daily routine, and also like where your mind is at in terms of business. Just take your time. I do think that you need a little bit more rest and recuperation, and watch for health or digestive issues that can come with that opposition. The Sun rules relationships. So when it opposes Pluto, you're like, I don't want to see people. I don't want to be around people. Give me some space for some reason. And then on the 22nd of the month, you're going to see Venus going retrograde in Leo. So Leo will spend 4 months in your 7th house. Here's the positive, is that Venus means well. She wants to bring relationships. She wants to bring other people to you. She wants to have harmony. She wants to collaborate. She wants love. So Venus being in your 7th house, where she likes to be, is a good thing. Here's the downside of it, is that when she retrogrades, there can be reversals in relationships, where we can have problems in relationships, where if things have been good, suddenly we start to see the truth of a relationship dynamic. If things haven't been good, we can see a turnaround. If you've been on and off with someone, somebody can come back to you. Venus rules the 9th house, and that can be about your second marriage. It can be about in-laws. It can be about people who are far away, returning and kind of coming back to you in some way, unexpectedly. And Venus has to do with family. So I do think it could be about family at a distance, or in-laws at a distance, and like reconnecting with them. If you connect with people who live in other cities, that would make sense as well. There could be romantic relationships that could be long distance. But Venus is harder to relate to other people when she's retrograde. And she's also going to be square Uranus, your chart ruler. So there's some issue revolving around a relationship coming in, but you live in a different place. So some of you guys might benefit from getting out of the house, traveling with a partner, or trying to meet somebody in other places. Or if you're single, maybe it's time to get back into the dating game. It might not be a bad move. It's really, I'm not going to say it's hard to say, but I will tell you that there is very likely going to be opportunities to hear from the past, and also getting closure in relationships that you need to get closure from. When Venus does go direct and then she goes into Virgo, she will oppose Saturn, which means eventually there can be a separation, or a financial separation, or something on the horizon. So you might start to see that stuff coming out now. And Venus is not pleased when she's retrograde and she's squaring Uranus. So somebody may not like the dynamic of what's going on at home or with the family. And that may be why there's problems coming up. Now, Venus will go direct in September. So she'll be retrograde all of August. So we'll talk about it more next month. But I'd be very careful with like engagements, getting married, planning weddings, giving engagement rings, buying expensive jewelry. I would also be very careful with who I allow to come in and counsel me or my relationship, or who's going to come in and redesign my home or anything like that, because there's going to be some friction here. And this can be a wonderful time to reconnect in existing relationships and find more spontaneity and more fun and more romance. But you have to be willing to make some of these changes because Uranus is kind of in the square all summer long. More on that next month. All right, so now we have on the 25th, Pluto in Capricorn square the nodes. So Pluto is now back in your 12th house. You get a little bit of a reprieve. It's squaring the South node in Libra. It's squaring the North node in Aries. This basically means that you're going through some kind of personal clearing crisis, some subconscious stuff like behind the scenes and people don't really see it. There's some change to your appearance that you're undergoing and you're kind of wanting to be private about it and you don't really want people to know that you're kind of going through something. It can be a status change, like quitting your job, changing jobs, getting married, getting divorced. It can also just be about some real changes in regards to your spiritual beliefs and reevaluating some of your goals when it comes to your life. Next year, Pluto will come back into Aquarius and it'll go in and out of Aquarius for like the next year and a half. So until the end of 2024, you're still in some like transformative period before you're really kind of coming out of your cocoon, basically. And when the nodes square, I think it means that you just need more rest, recuperation, and private time, and certain old versions of your professional self are now changing. Really pressing you to go deeper into the third house of communicating and writing and being able to move towards that future. Then we're going to have on the 27th of the month, Mercury in Leo will come into conjunction with Venus retrograde. So Venus is going backwards in your relationship zone where you're reevaluating relationships, and Mercury comes into conjunction. So it tells me that secret like admirers or romantic partners from the past may kind of touch base with you. They may want to have like a fling secretly. There can be old romantic partners because Mercury rules your fifth. Or there can also just be like secrets that are kind of coming about and being exposed in existing relationships. So Aquarius says be very careful because when Mercury goes retrograde, there can be like truth coming out about romantic partners that you were not necessarily aware of. This would also be like the time where the past is calling and you get a text message or an ad or a message on social media from somebody that you haven't seen in a long time and you're like, oh my goodness, this could cause some problems in an existing relationship, or oh my gosh, this is like a blast from the past. So it depends on how you feel about it. But there is something kind of secretive here because it's on the cusp of your 8th house. And it can mean that there is like a back and forth that you're going through in regards to papers and documents, in regards to death, insurance, something in regards to setting up a will or an estate of some kind for the family because Venus rules the 4th house. And so you're reevaluating financial and legal documents for what you may potentially be leaving behind for your family, or finding out that something is being left to you. All right, that's the long and short of it. Let's take a look and see what the cards say for the next month for you, Aquarius. The card that I get is the King of Wands. I like it. Moving and shaken. So this is about being a natural born leader, vision, bold, daring, charming, entrepreneur, power, big picture, optimism, and taking control. I like that with Pluto square the nodes. I think this can also be about like Sagittarians, or this can be about Aries, or this can be about Leos that come into your life that play a huge role in some significant change. It can be about you taking your power back and like finding your confidence and finding your voice with the North Node in the 3rd house, and finding ways to like overcome change and transformation and really tapping into your own personal power and learning to take control, right? Being a leader, yeah, but part of being a leader means that you're totally transforming your relationship with yourself. It might be about having to believe it and stepping into that before you start to kind of see it, right? So this is about bringing in power and creativity and inspiration, and maybe working with the elements of fire a little bit and kind of like gassing yourself up a little bit, which I don't think is going to be hard,
with the amount of planets you're going to have in the 7th house. You're going to have plenty of people who are going to be making you feel wanted. Maybe it's just a matter of believing it for yourself, right? And like really embodying that. All right, Aquarius, good luck. I will see you next month. And we've got Pisces and Pisces rising. What's going on, Pisces? I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about July of 2023. This is going to be your monthly horoscope. When I take a look at your planetary rulers, Jupiter and Neptune, there's not too much that's going on with Neptune this month. We are going to see a full moon in the beginning of the month on the 3rd in Capricorn that's going to trine Jupiter. And it's really opening up anything in regards to completion of your goals and how it's allowing you to have more abundance with things that you're saying, things that you're writing, maybe things that you're learning, maybe travel, or positivity when it comes to an online business. Outside of that, not too much else is going to happen. We will see a little bit of energy with some squares that are going to be taking place to Saturn in your sign, though. So you will see some oppositions there where you're going to feel a little challenged by relationships, and then there's going to be your boundaries kind of kicking in, and you're going to tell some people probably to telling some people to take a hike. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting looking at this, but we'll see. All right, so let's start off first with the beginning of the month when we have the Sun-Mercury cazimi taking place in the sign of Cancer. So the Sun is in your 5th house, highlighting children, creativity, romance, and also having fun, right? So that's kind of where the action is at the beginning of the month, and Mercury rules home and family, and it also has connections to partners. So as there is a cazimi in the 5th house, you may be getting wind that there is a new addition in the family. You might hear a relative that's saying we're pregnant, or we just bought a new house, or we're going to start a family, or we got engaged. Something like that can happen where there's something exciting to celebrate. It can also be a time where partners are talking to you about romantic things, going on dates, falling in love, planning maybe the future of children, or commitments. That can be a theme as well, with Mercury being involved there. At the same time, it is going to be sextiling, okay, Jupiter in your 3rd house. Well, Jupiter is your traditional ruler. So that sextile tells me like it's a positive conversation, and it may actually be involving a cousin or a sibling. So a sibling might be talking about some of this good news, or you may be talking about going on like a romantic getaway for the weekend with someone, maybe writing somebody a love letter and telling them how you feel. That could be another theme, like wearing your heart on your sleeve. On the 2nd of the month, Venus in Leo comes into a square with Uranus and Taurus. And Venus is going to be in your 6th house for 4 months long. So Venus is a positive planet. She is about love, relationship, money, and harmony. But she's not thrilled being in the 6th house. There is this feeling of like relationships maybe feeling like they're on the brink of having some issues. I've noticed when Venus is in the 6th house, some people might have separations or divorces. It is possible also just to see where there's imbalances in relationships and there isn't a sense of feeling like there's equality. Now, Venus rules the 3rd house, which is connected to, siblings, maybe cousins, maybe neighbors. It's about conversations too. And Venus also is about other people's resources. So there can be this feeling of being like, I'm talking to you about how I'm feeling. You're not communicating very well with me, and like, I need more. So you need that confirmation from other people about where they stand in regards to relationships. And there can be feelings of like people not being as clear or as receptive as you are when it comes to talking about their feelings. That square will happen several times, okay? And likely with it squaring Uranus, it's like there's emotions and things that are coming up that are bringing stuff up in conversation that are subconscious and you didn't even realize were bothering you to begin with until you get your feathers ruffled. And it'll happen several times that there can be things that come up in conversations which actually create a bit of strife in a relationship, and there could be some things that cannot be unsaid. Let's just put it that way. On the 10th of the month, we're going to have Mercury in Cancer opposed Pluto in Capricorn. So Mercury is going to be in the 5th house, where it wants to talk about romance and children and creativity and dates and falling in love and family. And it opposes Pluto, which means somebody else doesn't share the same perspective or the same enthusiasm that you may for the future of a romantic relationship, or maybe even for children. Pluto rules, marriage and philosophy and ceremonies. So somebody might be like, I'm not ready for what you're ready for, or vice versa. That can come up. It's a quick moving transit, but I do think that it can pack a punch, and there can be just this awareness that, somebody doesn't have the same goals in mind as you do, or there can be some power struggles potentially going on also with like a friendship, where like a friend proves to like not be somebody who's supportive of the direction you're going in. Then we get to let's see. Losing my train of thought here, sorry. You're the last sign, so you got to cut me a little bit of slack here. So, okay, so you have that square. So then on the 10th, we're going to have Mercury in Cancer, which represents relationships and family, oppose Pluto. Okay, so you'll see Mercury and the Sun oppose Pluto, so a difference of opinion on relationships and family. And then we're going to see on the 17th, the North Node is going to enter into the sign of Aries. So this is the first time in 18 or 19 years that the nodes have gone into North Node in Aries, South Node in Libra. The North Node is now moving into your 2nd house of personal value, self-esteem, finances, resources, and possessions. So you're going to find yourself wanting to bring in more, right? Make your own money, find your own way, develop your own talents, be self-made. That's a huge theme. And the South Node is going to go through Libra. So what this means is that you're kind of breaking away from financial support from other people. Maybe you're no longer getting, an inheritance, or you're not kind of getting, welfare or support checks, or maybe like a partner is saying like, I can't be working anymore. I need to take a break. Which is going to kind of set that North Node into action in your 2nd house. So there was going to be this focus on how you can produce more, how you can grow more on your own. You will have a year and a half to work this out. You'll see lots of action revolving around this in, eclipse season. And I want to remind you that we already had an eclipse at 29 degrees of Aries. So it is building off of that eclipse that we had in mid-April, and now you're seeing almost like a second chapter that's taking place where you're really focusing on building and investing in yourself. Now, this is ruled by Mars, and you have Mars that's going to be moving through Virgo at the time of this ingress in your 7th house, which means you're basically saying to other people, I am going to challenge you if you're not giving me what I need, okay? And it might mean that you're more possessive over relationships, and you're like, I want you, I want this, are we going to do this? It might mean that other people are challenging you or fighting you about financial situations or money. It really depends. But it is starting off in a really kind of colorful way, because when Mars is in the 7th house, there's more action in regards to other people. And there may be some quickening going on with relationships, quickly getting together, talking about settling down, quickly separating, and having some kind of issues. So it'll be one of those two things that you'll notice is going to start kind of up. I lean more in the direction of like separation. If other people are acting out impulsively and being selfish, because Mars is going to come into an opposition with Saturn in your sign. So that'll happen on the 20th. And Mars is about, people quickly kind of doing things and acting out. And Saturn is like, no, it's not good enough for me in your 1st house. So there can be a sense of you telling people, this ain't working. You need to go back and work on yourself before, I'm willing to kind of make this work, because there's just too many things that have gone wrong and we're not working well together. This can be business partnerships because it's Virgo. It can be about you having a conflict with a counselor or a therapist or a healthcare provider. It can also be about you having conflict in a romantic relationship. Then you're going to see on the 21st of the month, the Sun in Cancer.
in your 5th house is going to oppose Pluto. Okay, so we had the Mercury opposition, now we're having the Sun opposition. And this tells me where you're realizing like, wow, we may not be on the same page in regards to happiness and goals and what we want in life. And we're having some challenges revolving around outgrowing some of our selfish patterns. There can also be a sense of having still a little bit of intensity or a standoff potentially with a friend. And there could be some tension, especially if it's somebody who you're traveling with, or if it's somebody that you have to kind of network with in regards to work. And then we're going to see on the 22nd of the month, Venus is going to start her retrograde. So she's already been in shadow since June. Venus rules relationships, harmony, and money. Like I said, when she's in the 6th house, she feels the imbalance. So I think with Venus going retrograde in the 6th, she's reevaluating, do these relationships work? Do they need to end? You know, how can I incorporate more love and creativity into my daily routine? How can I make health beautiful and acts of like self-care? This can also be, I think, about you really learning how to speak kindly to yourself. It can be about working with a pet or an animal to help you heal through something. It might mean also, because of the connection to the 8th house, that there's opportunities for healing and detoxing and making changes in habits, which can better kind of help your mind. You may work with herbs in the process of that, with the squares to Taurus. I also feel like there can be changes of things going on in the office space. There can be changes of relationships with coworkers here. And the list really goes on, but there's definitely going to be a huge reevaluation of relationships. I can see that because it's 12th house to the 7th, and because planets are going to oppose Saturn, and because Venus rules the South Node, that if you're not getting what you need from certain relationships, you're going to start going like, I need more. And I think the key here, Pisces, is like really knowing thyself and having really, really high standards and low expectations, because I have to be honest with you, people are going to disappoint you in the next month. And I'm not saying you can't be disappointed, but when you have high standards and low expectations, if people aren't meeting those standards, you're not going to get your heart broken, and you're going to know when to put yourself first and choose you over relationships that don't choose you, right? Then we're going to have on the 25th of the month, Pluto square the nodes. So Pluto square the nodes represents collective endings, changes, power struggles, and the need to transmute something and allow it to be reborn. So this is tricky because it does mean that your goals are changing, but it also means that you're realizing that you want to make more, you want to get ahead in life, and probably that you need to be doing some professional networking, and that you need to be connecting with people who are out there who are movers and shakers. Your financial goals might be changing. You may also find that there's a bit of drama with a friend, and there's some kind of conflict that happens with a friend because it's in your 11th house. In some situations, I could definitely see this as like the ending of a friendship almost feels like a death, and you're mourning something. Maybe one of your close friends or allies is going through a crisis, and you're wanting to be there to kind of help them and help them feel supported. It's challenging for everybody, but I do feel like because Pluto is sextiling Neptune in your sign, it does mean that the more that you're reevaluating your goals, it's helping you gain more clarity. And we have Pluto retrograde, Saturn retrograde, Neptune retrograde, and they're all basically saying it's time to reevaluate what direction we're going in and what our goals are, for you at least. But we're going to feel the pressure, man, from really... The square is starting to be exact on the 25th, but from the 17th all the way through August, Pluto will square the nodes. And you might feel like just your friends are all going through a collective crisis, and you're like, man, like what is going on? And it can be kind of heavy, but hopefully it's inspiring you to totally radically change and transform your goals. And I think there might be some changes in the way that you also look at like your political views, because the 11th house can be politics. And you might find that you're like, whoa, some stuff's coming out, and like maybe I don't resonate with this, or I don't resonate with that any longer. Then on the 27th of the month, Mercury in Leo comes into conjunction with Venus retrograde in Leo. So
Mercury rules relationships. It rules the past or family. It's going to retrograde and it's going to conjunct Venus in the 6th house. So it does tell me that if you're having issues in relationships, you might kind of seek some assistance and you might try to get like counseling with another person. You might try to get feedback from like a specialist in regards to health related matters. This can be an indication that you are hearing from past relationships and you're, talking to people from the past and reevaluating whether or not there is a potential there or if there is no future. It can be secretive because Venus rules the 8th house. I do encourage you guys to not bite off more than you can chew because I feel like there can be some relationships that are having problems and you guys can kind of freak out and go like, okay, well then who's next? Like who else can I connect to because this person's like not ready. Changes in relationships happen with Venus retrograde, but when Mercury gets involved, sometimes we see two people. So you might find that right when you're on the verge of breaking up with someone or separating or divorcing, somebody else appears and you could just jump from this to that. Or right when you're getting settled into a relationship and you're like, okay, things are good, that person comes back from the past and like potentially has the opportunity to throw a monkey wrench into your plan. So I would just be careful with that personally. This is a good time though to consider like connecting to people who can help you heal. So healers, making appointments to get back into seeing a trainer or getting back to, seeing a physician. And people who can help you work out all the kinks and like perfect things at work or in regards to your creative projects. This might also be a good time to bring somebody in who can like help you get organized at work or somebody who can help you with pets or maybe even with animals. That's something else that could happen as well. Now, if you do end up being on the side of having issues in relationships and people are separating, Mercury can be about home and the Mars opposition to Saturn can be conversations like, this isn't working, come get your things, like I need space, oh, but my stuff's at your house, type of thing. So it can be kind of drama, just a heads up, and it may be a good idea to consider consulting and asking somebody to help you with the process to kind of minimize any conflict that you're having with another person. All right, so let's see what the cards say for you, Pisces. Is this a joke? How many times have I pulled the Hangman for you recently? I feel like it's been a couple times, no? So you got the Hangman, okay? And this is all about basically pause, surrender, letting go, taking your time, waiting it out, new perspectives, uncertainty, which makes sense because that's the card for Pisces, but also because Saturn in opposition to Mars is going to be like you looking at some people being like, I'm going to let you have your moment. Like, let me know when you're done throwing a fit. Like when you want to have a conversation like an adult, you know where to find me, and not letting other people, kind of get a rise out of you. And I can definitely see with Venus's reluctance to go into the 7th house of Virgo, where she'll be debilitated and oppose Saturn, that you're going to wait this out and see if somebody can remedy the situation, if they can fix the relationship, if they can work better with you before you have to make some difficult decisions and some tough calls. So you're kind of taking the approach of like, I'm going to wait and see, which makes sense because Saturn's retrograding in your sign. So you're learning to be patient, be still, wait for things to unfold, and when in doubt, meditate. All right, guys. Well, that is the 12 rising sign horoscopes for July of 2023. It's going to be a big one. So if you guys want more information on some of the other transits, like I said, for the month of July, catch my very last astro weather for the month of June. We're going to touch on all the other aspects that are taking place, more of a generalized view of these particular transits. You can also book a personal reading with me, so make sure you are subscribed. Click the button below and head over to my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. And you can sign up for a reading, or you can sign up for my newsletter so you're alerted as to when I have new stuff coming out on my website, because we're going to be doing all kinds of new stuff pretty soon. So that newsletter continues to grow. I would love to be able to let you guys know what we've got going on in the future. Good luck with July, Godspeed, and I will see all of you guys next month for August. Take care.